Welcome back to Minute Maid Park in Houston. Packed house, ready to go for game number 5. This series all tied up at 2 games apiece. And right now, let's send it over to public address announcer Bob Ford.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, we kindly ask that you please rise and remove your caps for the presentation of our nation's colors. Our color guard this evening, the Houston Fire Department Honor Guard. And now, the Houston Astros are very happy to welcome back one of our favorites, Houston's own Clay Walker, to perform our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, oh, the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
We will be right back with the first pitch of Game 5. Joe Buck and John Smoltz have your call on Fox. Continue this fun World Series. It's tied at 2 games apiece. It's the Los Angeles Dodgers and the Houston Astros from Houston, Texas. And now welcome inside the broadcast booth, everybody. I'm Joe Buck along with the Hall of Famer John Smoltz. And John, we said coming on the air prior to Game 1, this was a very evenly matched World Series. It has not disappointed at all.
No, it hasn't. I'm not surprised. I think these teams dominated their respective leagues. And when they came in here, it was so even, it was hard to pick a winner. And what they've done is they've traded really big innings in big moments. We have big moments ahead, I'm sure, but the offense really has struggled against the starting pitcher. You see the runs, you see the home runs. I'm not surprised. 2 great pitchers trying to give the edge to their team.
Well, tonight is a rematch of Game 1, and let's take Clayton Kershaw specifically. Clayton Kershaw is a 3-time Cy Young Award winner. He is a multiple-time ERA champ. He's a strikeout king. He's been an MVP. He's done everything except win big in the postseason until the last couple of tries. He came into this postseason under 500 with an ERA of over 4.5. And he is pitching brilliantly, was so good in Game 1.
He's the best pitcher on the planet, period. And he doesn't have to have the weight on his back anymore. He's got a lot of pieces that help him. And what he's trying to do for Dave Roberts is get him deep in the game, shorten the pen, don't use as many pieces. He doesn't have to be perfect, but he was near perfect in Game 1.
I think a little bit more pressure on Dallas Keuchel tonight for the Houston Astros because of all the question marks in their bullpen. Dallas Keuchel might have to be the starter, the setup guy, and the closer for A.J. Hinch.
Well, good news for Houston. He's pitching at home, and that's where he has dominated in the postseason at home. He knows what's in store. He knows he has to go deep in the game. He's a ground ball artist, and if he gets a lot of quick outs and balls on the ground, it is going to be a good night. These are two great pitchers. It's going to be fun.
It's going to be fun, and there's no reason to think tonight will be any different than the exciting games we've seen so far, especially Game 1 out in Los Angeles. Right now, we rejoin public address announcer Bob Ford.
Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we are joined by some very special guests for our ceremonial first pitch. First, please join me in welcoming proud Texan and the 41st President of the United States, George H.W. Bush. The President, 41, has the ceremonial first pitch ball and would like to, at this time, present it to his son, the 43rd President of the United States, George W. Bush. He'll make his way out to the mound to toss tonight's ceremonial first pitch. Justin Verlander comes out, sets up behind the plate. And a strike it is. Ladies and gentlemen, your 43rd President of the United States, George W. Bush, and his dad, the 41st President of the United States, George H.W. Bush.
A great moment here in Houston prior to Game 5. There's just something about George W. Bush and ceremonial first pitches at World Series games. He knows how to throw strikes. We can't wait. It's Game 5 tonight on Fox.
Welcome to the World Series. There's nothing like the postseason. It's Game 5 of the World Series.
Tonight's telecast is sponsored by YouTube TV. Cable-free live TV is here. It's the final home game for the Houston Astros in 2017. And tonight is a rematch of Game 1 out in Los Angeles last Tuesday. A pair of left-handers that were outstanding. But Dallas Keuchel made a couple of mistakes. Home runs by Taylor and Turner. A home run against Kershaw by Bregman. That was it for the scoring. A 3-1 win for the Dodgers to start this World Series in the plus category. And then the Astros won Game 2, and now we're tied 2 games apiece. For more on Clayton Kershaw, let's go down to the field and Tom Verducci.
Thanks, Joe. Tonight is the night the Dodgers have planned for Clayton Kershaw all year. Manager Dave Roberts told him before the season started, you will not pitch on short rest in the postseason. In 2 months after coming off the DL, he has not thrown more than 100 pitches. They traded for Yu Darvish, fortified the bullpen to lighten his load, and in Game 1 they took him out after only 83 pitches. At this late date, Kershaw is strong and throwing well. The Dodgers, when they give him the ball, are 27-4. And tonight, because of careful planning, they will not be in a hurry to take it away. Where do they go after Kershaw tonight? Here's Ken Rosenthal with the answer.
Tom, Kenta Maeda threw 42 pitches in Game 3, but Dave Roberts did not extend him further because he wanted him ready tonight for the 5 right-handed hitters at the top of the Astros order. The Dodgers are going all out to win this game, knowing Justin Verlander awaits in Game 6, but Brandon Morrow likely will not be available after pitching in each of the first 4 games. For the Astros, expect to see a fresh face out of their beleaguered bullpen. Curveball specialist Colin McHugh, who has pitched just once this postseason in Game 3 of the ALCS. Joe?
George H.W. Bush, 41st President of the United States, former first baseman at Yale, says, let's play ball and let's do it. We're ready. Tom and Kenny, thank you very much. We'll give you the Dodger lineup. And it's got the guy who homered on the first pitch he saw from Keuchel in Game 1 leading off. That's Chris Taylor. Then Corey Seager bats second. Justin Turner is the DH tonight. Got hit on the left knee last night, so they lighten his load. In the middle, Kike Hernandez cleans up. Cody Bellinger is at first, and Logan Forsythe gets the start at third base, batting sixth. Then the back end of the lineup, it's Yasiel Puig, Austin Barnes, and Charlie Culberson gets the start. He's at second base. He is homered in this World Series. That was against the bullpen. This is part of the terrific Houston Astros 1-2 punch. Dallas Keuchel and Justin Verlander. Keuchel tonight, Verlander 2 nights from tonight in Los Angeles.
Yeah, for Dallas Keuchel, he wants to give his outfielders the night off. He wants his infielders overworked. He wants the Dodgers hitters looking down. And if he can do that, his recipe of success goes way up. Late sinking action, he'll cut the ball in, he'll throw occasional curveballs and changeups.
Chris Taylor steps in, 2 for 13. Swing in the bat. Keuchel starts with a strike.
In this day and age, Joe, of velocity, Keuchel trusts his movement. He's not afraid to pitch to contact. He can strike you out a bunch too, but he's not afraid to pitch to contact and get you to hit the ball where he wants you to hit it.
Here's an 0-1.
No, ball's down.
Check swing on a pitch that was down, a ball and a strike. Again, Taylor, then Seager, then Turner. Keuchel and Kershaw. Series even at 2 games apiece.
Ball's down. 2-1.
This place is buzzing. Final game here at home for the Astros before they send their team off out to the West Coast. The Astros this year were 44-22 after a loss. Best winning percentage in baseball, and that's right up the middle. Taylor is on to start the night for the Dodgers. Give you the 4 keys to the game as we settle into Game 5.
Well, you see the Dodgers raise your sights, and that's for the hitters. Try to see the ball up, and if it gets up, don't miss it. Taylor took advantage of that right away. And the Astros, thou shall not pass, means you cannot let Kershaw get that many strike calls. He had 24 pitches to which they didn't swing and got strikes. You can't let Kershaw get deep in the counts. It's right up his alley.
The reason why he ended up striking out 11 in that Game 1 start. Here's Corey Seager. Lefty on lefty. That doesn't bother Seager. Had an OPS of 922 against left-handed pitching. 3rd best in baseball among left-handed batters.
And Seager does not get paid per pitch he sees. He likes every pitch.
He'd be broke. He'd be broke if he did.
He's swinging and putting it in play and trying to get action right away.
The 0-1. That's another foul. 0-2. The home plate umpire is Bill Miller. Dan Iasonia at first base. Mark Wegner at second. Paul Nowert over at third. Jerry Davis, the crew chief, in left. Laz Diaz worked the plate last night in right, and Phil Cuzzi in New York. The replay official. 0-2 with a runner at first and nobody out.
No, ball's outside.
Nobody induced more ground ball double plays than Keuchel on the year, and you can see why, because he does make the hitters hit that late sinker down. Just watch in front of home plate before tonight's over.
And it is watered. That darker dirt right in front of Brian McCann. 1 ball, 2 strikes. That area will be worn out if Keuchel has his way tonight. '15 Cy Young Award winner Dallas Keuchel trying to get around a leadoff hit. No. 2 good takes in this at bat by Corey Seager. 2-2.
Yeah, breaking balls away, and he did a nice job staying off of them. For Keuchel, he had started his year looking like he was going to repeat as Cy Young Award winner. 9-0 before injuries took the rest of the season away from him a little bit in the second half, trying to regain that form.
Same pitch, same result, full count.
See if Keuchel tries to sink the fastball in on his hands here at 3-2. Pitches and 1 at bat that Seager saw the entire game yesterday, and he went with the sinker right down the middle. He caught Seager guessing a little bit, but you cannot at home see that late movement as much as the hitters have to recognize it. They say when they get in the box, they really have to gauge how much that ball moves. You can't tell by video until you get in the box.
The crowd noise in this stadium at times is overwhelming. With this roof closed, this place is extremely loud. Justin Turner now takes a strike. Turner went deep. His 2-run shot in the 6th inning off Keuchel was the difference in Game 1. You see the average this postseason, hitting just $125 for the World Series, 2 for 16. It's beard on beard. 1 ball, 1 strike. Although Justin Turner said, yeah, I like Dallas Keuchel's. His is manicured. Turner, he just lets it grow.
disciplined hitter. I know yesterday took one off the knee a little bit or inside the calf, but he is such a tough out. I know the Astros have done a nice job in kind of containing him, but you have to work so hard because he will not. You see that guard on where he got hit. He will not give it a bat away. Will not expand.
Three balls and a strike. Good sign for the Dodgers with Taylor with the leadoff hit. The Dodgers this postseason 8-0 when Chris Taylor gets on with a hit. 1-3 when he goes hitless. He homered in game 1 off Keuchel. He's at first, 1 out. And now he'll go down to second with a walk to Justin Turner. So 2 on, 1 out. The noise has dissipated a bit, and Kike Hernandez will be the hitter. Same look. Marwin Gonzalez in left, George Springer in center, and Josh Reddick in right. Around the infield, third to first, it's Alex Bregman, Carlos Correa, Jose Altuve, and Yuli Gurriel at first. Ryan McCann just paid a quick visit out to Dallas Keuchel, who now has to pitch to Kike Hernandez. Third time starting in the cleanup spot this postseason. Games 1 and 2 of the NLCS against the Cubs, he hit fourth. Did it only 3 times during the regular year. And takes a pitch in the dirt. Ball 1.
Well, the emphasis has been in the first inning really to pound the ball down so far. Dodgers staying off of that pitch, making Keuchel work. That's not going to really be their game plan per se. You would think in theory, make him work, get him out of the game, get in their pen. No, that's not necessarily the case. If they see something they like and it's up, they're going to go swing.
Keuchel can get out of this with a double play ball as the count goes to 2-0.
This is where he makes a living, and it looks like he dots the corner, but just a tad out. Called a ball, but that's where Keuchel wants to throw his sinker.
Kike Hernandez a chance to put the Dodgers on top in game 5. A hit, then a strikeout, then a walk. Cody Bellinger on deck. 2-2 record this postseason for Keuchel. Beat the Red Sox, went 1-1 in the ALCS. Lost game 1 to the Dodgers. 3-0. That loads the bases, and we haven't seen Dallas Keuchel do this the entire postseason.
A good visit here just to remind him to trust. He's got good movement on his sinker, but everything is starting too low, and as the Dodgers are committed and structured to go up there, look up and try to not chase down.
So Brent Strom, the pitching coach, out to talk. StatCast is powered by Amazon Web Services, and you see the highest ground ball percentage, which leads to most double plays turned behind him, and that is exactly what Dallas Keuchel was hoping for, while Cody Bellinger, who got in on the fun last night with a pair of late doubles, one in the 7th, one in the 9th, could put the Dodgers on top.
You see 20 pitches already and only 1 out.
Both of Bellinger's doubles went the opposite way into left center.
There are a couple guys aggressive on the Dodgers. We already talked about Seager. Of course, Bellinger on the aggressive type. After 4 straight balls, he came out looking to swing. Keuchel gets it.
Saw that 1 RBI for Bellinger. It was a big one. An RBI double for the first run of a 5-run 9th inning last night. in a 6-2 win. Strike 2.
The mound produced better results. Maybe just a little reminder to stay in your mechanics and trust your stuff. And the guy that is at the plate has seen him the most. Forsythe.
Bases are loaded now with 2 down. A hit, 2 walks. Already 24 pitches thrown by Dallas Keuchel and Logan Forsythe. 2 for 7 in this World Series, trying to turn this into runs for the Dodgers. Strike 1.
Yeah, pitch count tonight won't be a factor for either pitcher. It's going to be about results and how they are either getting them or not getting them, because I would think both managers are going to ride their horses as long as they can.
That's into left, a base hit. 1 run scores. Gonzalez can't come up with it. Turner scores, and it's 2-0 LA. 8th career hit for Logan Forsythe against Dallas Keuchel, and the Dodgers make Keuchel pay for the 2 walks.
This one kind of rolls in the strike zone, and he stays on it. Think up, eyesights up. And it would have been a play at the plate right here had he come up with it. But then once he booted it off the heel, easy 2 runs and a good way for the Dodgers to quiet the crowd.
Yeah, the runner was Justin Turner, who is hobbled a bit after getting hit in the knee last night. Gonzalez would have had a shot at him, but not once that ball kicked off his glove. Now it's Puig.
Oh, it's outside.
Ball 1. Yasiel Puig is 2 for 16 with a home run, 2 RBIs in this World Series.
Ball's inside.
2-0. Let's take a look at that out in left. Gonzalez touches the ball here. I mean, he's not even at third base. That's a shallow left field. He would have had a clear shot at him, but that happened. The defense has been so good for the Houston Astros this postseason, especially on plays at the plate. They've cut down 4 potential runs with Brian McCann on the receiving end. Bregman's been a part of that. Gonzalez as well. 2-1 to Puig. Strike 2.
Puig didn't like it. You can understand why. Inside, but it evened up the count.
Forsythe left early. The throw is wide, safe, and a run scores. Kike Hernandez comes to the plate. Forsythe left too soon, but he got to second on that wide throw. And it's 3-0 Dodgers here in the first. What a play that was.
Well, great read right here. Once he's in no man's land, as soon as the throw took him off, he had to take off. The throw took him to the outfield side of the bag, And now just a race to the bag.
And the Astros are going to look at it.
And it's worth taking a look whether you get it reversed or not. It's a big run.
This is the difference between the inning continuing with a 3-0 lead or the end of the inning and a 2-run first for the Dodgers. The replay review is sponsored by WB Mason. I've changed my mind twice watching the replays. He looked safe initially, and I don't know that there's anything there that says he's clearly out.
You almost have to try it, though, even in the
Absolutely. You get 2 challenges, and it's definitely worthwhile. They show it on the big board here in Houston, and not much of a reaction from the crowd. Second base umpire is Mark Wegner. Looked like he got the call right. Phil Cuzzi back in New York. I'm sure not the only one looking at these replays. But he is the one whose name we know. Jerry Davis on the right, the crew chief, and he'll give the call. They stick with the original call. And it's 3-0 on a stolen base, and then an error on the first baseman Gurriel that allowed the run to score.
Yeah, Gurriel right away, he just goes to throw, and then when he throws it wide, that's easy for Hernandez to read that. That is a huge bonus run. Both teams coming off of huge wins and then following it up the next day with their offense.
That's the 3rd stolen base of the postseason.
No, it's inside.
For Logan Forsythe. Certainly none in that category. He just left too early, and it worked to the Dodgers' advantage in a bad break for Houston.
Houston rallied in game 2, scored a bunch of runs, followed that up in game 3. Dodgers trying to return the favor with 5 in the 9th, 3 in the 1st.
That is a fair ball. McCann out in front of the plate, and the inning is over. But a long first inning for Dallas Keuchel, as the Dodgers put up 3 runs on only 2 hits, leave a man after a half in Game 5. 3-0 LA.
Will you lay it all on me now? Lay it all on me now. Lay it all on me now. Lay it all on me now. Lay it all on me now.
Hall of Famer John Smoltz calls Clayton Kershaw the best pitcher on the planet. His stuff is electric. We've been talking about his curveball since he was a kid. Now here he is 1-0 in the World Series and trying to pitch his Dodgers to a 3-2 lead.
Well, part of the reason he's the best, besides his stuff, is you just can't tell what he's throwing. He has unique motion to his delivery and the same release point on every pitch.
George Springer first up. Zips in there. Knee-high outside part, strike one. Springer didn't agree. It'll be Springer, then Bregman, then Altuve. Anybody gets on Correa. 3-0 Dodgers lead. The 0-1 from Kershaw. Left side, Forsythe. High throw, but out. One away. Logan Forsythe, who has had big at-bats, makes a nice play charging that one. So here's a lineup for Houston and A.J. Hinch. Springer, now Bregman's coming up, and then Jose Altuve. In the middle, same look, Carlos Correa, Yuli Gurriel, and Josh Reddick stays in the number 6 spot. The back end of it, Evan Gattis, the DH, Marwin Gonzalez in left, and Brian McCann does the catching and bats ninth. He's been a tough out here at home this postseason, McCann. Here's Bregman, 1 out.
And that's the pitch that he had working for him in LA, and then started mixing in that slider. 17 first pitch strikes out of 24 batters in LA.
He was number 1 during the regular season. 69% of the time the first pitch was a strike. 75% of the time this postseason, pitch number 1 has been a strike. He started each of the first 2 hitters with strike 1, and now that's outside. 2-1.
You know, as a Houston offense now, you know what your target is. The best pitcher on the mound, and you're going to have to approach him a little differently. You got plenty of time to chip away, but 3 runs is a lot.
2-2.
There are times in the regular season where if you don't have your best stuff in the first inning as a starting pitcher, you go in and tell the boys that's all they get. That's all they get. Well, they're going to hope that's the case for Keuchel, because Kershaw knows what to do when he's given runs.
One out here in the bottom of the first, and a 2-2 to Bregman. Tom Verducci, Kershaw is good. You give him a 3-run lead, he's really good.
Yeah, 3 runs doesn't sound like a lot. It is to this man. 124-19 in his career, combined regular season, postseason. 87% of the time, that's enough to win. And if it gets to 4 guys, it's 105-7.
2-2 is flying into center. Back is Taylor. Room in front of the trap. 2 down. With that, Altuve is coming up, and we'll remind you that tonight's telecast is sponsored by Budweiser, who reminds you to give a damn, don't drive drunk, and by Indeed.com. Indeed, the world's #1 job site. The Astros scored in the first inning all 4 games of the division series against the Red Sox. They have not scored in the first inning since. 2 out, nobody on for Altuve.
The starters have done a nice job against both teams.
That bends in for strike 1.
See, he throws that cutter off of his fastball. He has an ability to stay below the knees, and then once you get your eyes looking at that, he's going to throw that slider down below your knees for swings and misses.
Wow. How was that?
I mean, you talk to anybody that faces him and says if he hits that for strikes, throws it in the strike zone, you're in big trouble, because it's not a pitch you want to hit.
down, 1-2.
AJ Hinch said before the game, if he drops that curveball in for strikes, we can't hit it. So they have to hope that he can't and then go after something else.
And what he does a great job is he slows the eyes down of the hitter with a slow curveball. And you saw how he came back with a hard cutter that looks like a fastball in.
Good start for Kershaw. Good start for the Dodgers. Game 5. They lead 3-0 after 1. Eight, 9, and 1 hitters for the Dodgers, who lead 3-0 behind Kershaw. Austin Barnes first up.
Ball down.
And a pitch that misses low from Keuchel for ball 1.
Yeah, that's been the theme early on. Sinkers down below the zone. Dodgers not chasing it.
Here's a 1-0. 2-0, and we just haven't seen Keuchel miss like this in the starts that we've seen him this postseason.
No, he hasn't. And you talked about how good he was at home and how comfortable he is right now. He's got to find the release point because he's got to pitch a little more desperate, as he knows he can't give up another run.
That's a foul ball.
And that's the way you feel. If you're in a game like this, you're going against greatness. He knows it. It's a battle. The difference is, obviously, when these two guys hooked up, they had a 9th hitter that was a pitcher. And now that's not the case because the DH here in the American League Park. So tougher task, not that easier out.
Two-1 to Barnes is
down,
down again. And the Dodgers just not going after that pitch. 3-1. Dave Roberts said Barnes is starting to scuffle a little bit, but I just like him in the lineup. Last night had a big sac fly for an RBI.
3-2.
Barnes hit .500 in the division series against Arizona, 1 homer, 3 RBIs. But over the last 2 rounds, hitting .115, 3 for 26. With that lone RBI that came last night, it made it a 2-run game. It was shortly thereafter a 5-run game on the home run by Peterson. Fly ball into right. Back to get it is Reddick. This player resume is sponsored by Indeed.com. Indeed, the world's #1 job site. Dallas Keuchel at home, including the postseason. Since 2015, the numbers are off the charts. The postseason career here at Minute Maid Park, 3-0, an ERA under 1. This postseason, the ERA even lower. But tonight, a different story.
And great discipline so far out of the Dodgers. It's just a carryover effect from the 9th inning to the 1st inning. 8 runs the last 2 innings.
Down again. There have been 5 3-ball counts over the first 8 batters. That is a recipe for a high pitch count on a night when the Houston Astros need length out of their starter Dallas Keuchel with the question marks in their bullpen. Charlie Culberson to Hopper to Correa. 2 up. Back to the top of the order, and Chris Taylor, who started the 3-run rally in the first with a hit up the middle. Strike 1. For Chris Taylor, his 3 hits leading off games. Game 1 a home run, Game 4 a single, Game 5 this one a single. Last leadoff hitter to have 3 or more leadoff hits in a World Series was Otis Nixon for the Atlanta Braves in 1992.
Wow. It's going back. It's going back.
Got a lot of Braves references now that you've shown up here. And even though they're at home, even though there's nobody on base, because of the multiple signs that are given during the postseason, Keuchel has to get a visit from McCann.
Yeah, you just want to make sure. Look, it's the hitter trying to figure out what pitch is coming, and certainly both pitchers do a good job decoding that with the way they hold the ball in the glove and their motion.
So they don't even give a sign.
No, he didn't.
1 ball, 1 strike.
You don't want to tip. Obviously, pitchers that tip give the hitter such an advantage. Can not explain what an advantage that is for the hitter, and then you certainly want to be able to not, as a catcher, give anything away, the location too early, or any kind of pitch based on how you set up.
1-1 to Taylor.
Great changeup right there. One of the better ones he's broke out early on.
This loud crowd back in it.
So to finish that thought, if a pitcher has a different release point on a different pitch, a great hitter is going to pick that up. That's why you want the same release point for every pitch you throw. You don't allow the hitter to recognize something different coming out of your hand.
Left side for Bregman, charging, throwing, got it. And Keuchel comes back with a 1-2-3 second. Who's coming up? Carlos Correa, followed by Gurriel and Reddick. Astros down 3, second inning, Game 5. Tonight's telecast is sponsored by Ford. Going further so you can.
Is that a shape of Michigan?
Yeah, that's great. Good job, John. Official caps, t-shirts, hoodies, jackets, jerseys, and more. Get all your Astros and Dodgers World Series gear and celebrate your favorite team at MLBshop.com. Correa, strike one. And John knows that's the state of Texas. He's just a Michigander. Michigander. Here's the 0-1 from Kershaw. Correa the other way, and Bellinger leans back. One away. You know, we talk about the curveball, and the interesting part of it, and I think you'll agree with this, there was a time there where the curveball was much bigger in the game of baseball. And you think about somebody like Don Sutton, who went to the Hall of Fame, pitched for both these organizations, the Dodgers and the Astros, featured a great curveball. And then the game kind of went to power pitching, and the curveball went away, and not only did guys not throw it, but then umpires didn't see it. Now the curveball is back as Gurriel fouls one back here, and guys are featuring it more, therefore umpires are seeing it more, and they're calling more strikes with the curveball.
Yeah, and it's really the style of hitting that's going to invite it back in, and if you can throw that pitch in the big leagues now, you're going to have a decided advantage in the way guys try to hit the ball.
You're talking about trying to launch.
Yeah, because this is the state of the game. It is what it is. The instant home run is getting rewarded, and so when guys are swinging for the fence, you have one or two choices: go higher than high or lower than low. And the best way to do that is to throw a curveball that starts in the zone and breaks vertically down.
2-1.
And you know, with Kershaw, his ability to hit his spots makes him one of the best, and he can do it to all four quadrants. So the curveball's his way of throwing a changeup, because it's the change of speeds that really messes with the hitters when you're facing Kershaw. So what he does with his glove, when you see him in the rotation in his windup, he has the glove permanently flared open, and that allows him to have the grip that he wants without determining what pitch he's throwing. So when you see him stand in front, he's got that glove broken in just the way he wants, flared right there, no movement. He can move the ball with his fingers.
That's down at a full count.
So typically he'll have three different pitches. So he'll have his fastball grip, then he'll go to his slider grip, and then the curveball grip. They all have to be altered with the ball in the glove.
Gurriel pops it up right side for Bellinger. 2 out. And just to take that one step further, just to explain, and you should do it since you're in the Hall of Fame for pitching and I've just watched it. But this is all in an effort to not tip what pitch you're throwing. Every team's got a guy or two or three that are geniuses at picking up a little tell by how a pitcher will hold his glove, regrip the baseball, stand a little side saddle, whatever it is, and it tips what pitch is coming. And so by using that glove and flaring it open wide, he doesn't tip what's coming.
Right, and some guys with the finger that used to stick out of the glove would tip a pitch.
Wait, Kershaw just dropped down.
Yeah,
nothing in 2.
He did that to Reddick last time on 2 strikes to strike him out. So basically to finish that is, if you flare your glove, it's one pitch. If you squeeze your glove, it's another. Anything that is altered, a hitter will pick it up.
Yeah. You can hear through that microphone Bill Miller being asked by Austin Barnes immediately when Barnes didn't come up with that ball in the dirt. Are you all right? And came back and caught the umpire. Count 1 and 2. Flips it into center, and Taylor to his left. 2 quick innings against Kershaw. 3rd inning now, game 5. Dodgers put up 3 in the first, still lead 3-0. Tonight's telecast is sponsored by Steal a Base, Steal a Taco, only at Taco Bell. And by Progressive Insurance, step up to the plate for savings. Glad you're with us tonight on Fox. 3-0 Dodgers lead. Third inning now. Number 2 hitter in the lineup for Dave Roberts is Corey Seager.
That ball's foul. You all right, Brian? Okay.
Now, Bill Miller asked Brian McCann if he's a very courteous.
Very courteous. Understanding the position both of them are in. Not a glorious position.
No. Can be painful at times, no doubt about that. Seager 4 for 16 in this World Series. A ball and a strike. No problems with the back. The early thought was that after missing the NLCS, getting an epidural in his low back, he injured in Game 3 of the Division Series. Once the World Series got to Houston, he would be the DH. They don't have to use the DH spot for Seager, and they can save it for a guy like Justin Turner tonight, who's bothered by the bad knee.
Yeah, all things considered, Seager's done a great job missing that previous series and coming back.
Last year was our first year together, and you said in one of the early Dodger games we did that Seager, who was the Rookie of the Year, was an MVP type player, and boy, you couldn't have been any more dead on. That's the kind of stuff he's got.
He's a stud, man, and he's just going to get better. And he's so young. He's going to get bigger. That's why at 23, it may not be 4 or 5 more years at shortstop.
2 of the best young ones. A guy at the plate, a guy at short, both 23. Should be easy for Gurriel to Keuchel. 1 out and Seager's 0 for 2. Both guys, by the way, have a great demeanor.
Yes.
And why don't we look at both of them? There it is. Both are 23. Both are 6'4". Both are big-bodied guys. One was a number 1 overall pick in 2012. Seager went 18th. He's got 2 brothers in pro ball, and both were rookies of the year. And both are MVP type players. The years go on. Turner flies one right side. Altuve. 2 out. Tom Verducci.
Hey, Joe, can you imagine those 2 guys on the same team? Well, it actually happened in 2011, a high school All-American game. Seager and Correa. And oh, by the way, Addison Russell. What they did was they rotated positions between second, short, and third, 3 innings each. But as Correa pointed out to me, I started at shortstop.
Well, any team would love to have any one of those 3. Then add a guy like Francisco Lindor of the Cleveland Indians. What a position of strength that is for young players in Major League Baseball. Here's Kike Hernandez, who can play anywhere. He's playing left field tonight. And batting cleanup as Keuchel steps off.
I'm still trying to think about the neighborhood games with the Seager family. Oh, here come the Seager boys. And dominate.
Hernandez takes a strike. Corey is the reigning Rookie of the Year. Brother Kyle plays for Seattle. Justin in the minor leagues with Seattle. The Dodgers kept hearing Corey Seager's name around the trading deadline for a couple of years, and it was, well, if they want to move Seager, they can get player X. If they want to move Seager, they can get. No, we're not moving Seager, and once you saw him, you knew why. 1-1.
Outside, 2-1.
So you got 3 Seagers and 3 Drews. J.D. Drew and his contingents were all drafted number 1, by the way.
They got the Flying Molina brothers, too.
Oh, man.
Benji, Jose, and Yadi.
Ball's down.
That's down. Count 3-1 with 2 out, nobody on, and Kike Hernandez up.
PK has done an incredible job of timing, getting hot. Big game, obviously, against the Cubs. Likes left-handed hit pitching.
Back to Keuchel. He's settled in now. The problem is he gave up 3 in the first, and he's matched up against Clayton Kershaw. Bottom of the third, 3-0 LA. Bottom 3 in the lineup against Kershaw. 3-0 Dodgers. Bottom of the 3rd inning. Evan Gattis first up, then Gonzalez, then McCann.
Well, Gattis couldn't play over in LA with the DH. He can now enter.
He gets under it, skies it behind the plate, not a play.
Well, you know, when you go on the road and you're pitching in front of the visitors, you want to let them know and the other team that you're on your game. And what Kershaw has done is taken the zing out of the crowd by throwing nothing but strikes. That's 7 in a row first pitch strikes. The crowd is trying to hope that they can get back in the game against him.
This is a little hard to believe, but Aaron Charlton handed it to me, so I believe it.
It's like gold.
It's like Anchorman.
Yeah.
If he hands me a card, I'll read it. That's tremendous power for Aaron. Here's a 1-1.
That's outside.
2-1. Kershaw retired the first 6 Astros tonight. He did it in game 1, and the last pitcher to retire the first 6 batters in multiple World Series games was Charlie Leibrandt of the Royals in 1985 against St. Louis. That's down in the count 3-1.
My former teammate known as the Codger, the cagey veteran Charlie Leibrandt when he came to Atlanta.
Crafty left-handed. Gaddis will look for a pitch to hammer as he steps out. He hit a big Game 7 ALCS home run against the Yankees, his only home run this postseason. 3-1.
This is such a good late cutter action. I mean, he may call that his slider, but the way that he has such hit, it's so late. Can't really tell, but the hitter recognizes it as something other than what it is, and it stays in the strike zone.
3-2 now. That's into the gap in left center field. Taylor over to cut it off, makes a nice play and holds Gaddis to a single. As the Astros have their first base runner of the night.
You know, if you think about it, when you don't lose at home, the crowd's never not in it, right? This is the first time the crowd hasn't been in it until the 9th inning last night as Gaddis goes down and hits that 3-2 fastball for the first hit for the Astros. So they got to generate kind of action to get the crowd back on its feet. And you're facing the greatness of Kershaw down 3.
Marwin Gonzalez will step in. There's numbers in this series and through the postseason. Switch hitter, much more powerful left-hander. Ball 1. Jim Edmonds told me, a longtime Cardinal, among other teams, that when the Cardinals played here in 2004, it was so loud in this stadium. All the noise was coming through the ear hole in his helmet. He had to take his helmet off. It's the only time he's ever had to do that in his career. This place is deafening.
Oh, I was watching that too. I thought it was just to fix his hair. He likes his hair. He likes his hair.
Could have been. That's on the inside corner, ball to strike. Gonzalez didn't like this call.
That side of the plate a little more lenient. So both pitchers know. You always want to find as a pitcher, where can I get an inch or two? There is definitely going to be one side or the other that has a little bit of leniency and pressure you can put on the hitter and the umpire if you continuously throw it there.
Here's a 1-1.
That's inside, 2-1.
Looked like Gonzalez would not have been heartbroken had that ball hit him. 2-1. Especially with that guard on the left arm.
Oh, if you only had time to think about it, right? Your natural reaction, especially when it's a fastball, is to get out of the way. But when it's something slower, you don't mind it, as you pointed out, to hit you anyway.
Kershaw gave up a hit. Nobody out. 2-2. Just to put numbers to the statement, Gonzalez, a .312 hitter left-handed, 19 of his 24 home runs. The right-handed batter, .232 with 5 home runs. Trying to string hits together against Kershaw. T-Mobile is doubling down their home runs for hurricane recovery donations by committing at least $2 million. Now do your part to help break $2 million and tweet or retweet hashtag HR4HR, and T-Mobile will donate another $2 every single time. Left side, Forsythe, Culberson, got them both. Well turned by Forsythe and Charlie Culberson in the middle. Got rid of it in a blink. 2 out.
Well, for a pitcher, a double play is music to your ears, and these guys turned it like they had been turning it together for years. A pitch down, then he goes and gets it. This is smooth as it gets. Gaddis almost didn't get out of the way as he was barreling down the line and last minute ducked.
Here's McCann, strike 1.
Watch Gaddis coming down big man coming down. Of course, you can't do anything with your slide. He was laying it down.
Kershaw fired up. The 0-1 to McCann is on the corner. 0-2. McCann has gone 8 for 26 here at Minute Maid Park. 308 during the postseason. Hitless on the road. Easy play. Culberson to his left. And after the leadoff hit, a double play ball, then a ground out. After 3 in Game 5, 3-0 Dodgers. Tonight's telecast is sponsored by Chevy. Chevy has earned J.D. Power Dependability Awards for cars, trucks, and SUVs. By Geico, 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Fourth inning rolls in, 3-0 Dodgers on top. Bellinger will lead it off. Struck out his first time. Shows bunt, takes a strike. Logan Forsythe on deck, and then Yasiel Puig.
Keuchel looks much better in rhythm right now, and he's just got to keep the pressure on, knowing he's been down this road before. He's given up some early runs. He just has to keep it right there and hope his offense can muster up a few and get the game as close as possible.
Outside 1-2.
1-1 to Bellinger. 9 strikeouts in this World Series for Cody. Worked on going the other way during batting practice before yesterday's game after a 4-strikeout night in Game 3, and was rewarded with 2 doubles to left center.
No,
He checked it. 2-2.
tell you what, the left-handed hitters have done a nice job just kind of holding up on that pitch that sweeps away. Sinkers that come into them and curveballs that go away.
Got the corner, one away. Persistence by Keuchel.
And that's the side of the plate. We've seen that now a couple times where 2-3 inches off the plate. Bellinger's going to go back and look at it and go, okay, there's just not a strike in his eyes. And you can see the take right there. But then he goes over and throws a firmer one. And McCann sets up out there and gets the call.
Third strikeout for Keuchel. Here is Logan Forsythe.
And as a hitter, you're disappointed, but you've got to remember, you know who your guy is on the mound. And you're going to love your guy getting the same kind of calls because he can throw it. Kershaw can throw it in any quadrant that he wants to.
There's a strike. Kenny, these two know each other well, don't they?
They do, Joe. They were college teammates at the University of Arkansas. Forsythe was a first-round pick by the Padres in 2008. Keuchel, a seventh-rounder by the Astros in 2009. The Dodgers went into the offseason wanting a right-handed hitting second baseman. Talked to the Twins about Brian Dozier. Ultimately, got Forsythe.
And he's had a couple of big at-bats in this World Series, including in the first inning with the bases loaded, 2 out. Singled home 2 with a hit to left.
Where do you think his next pitch is going to be?
Inside?
It should be.
Probably off the plate. Instead, he misses away. That drives you crazy, doesn't it?
Well, I mean, it's the game plan to expand and open up the inside. I get it, but when you get that call, it's awfully tempting to go right back into that spot.
See if they do here. 2-2 pitch. Forsythe stays alive.
When you don't throw very hard, you can expand the zone by going in and out. Keuchel's not an up and down guy. High velocity up and down, lower velocity in and out. That takes the plate to a hitter and expands it because his eyes see things differently, especially when you get a call or two.
Here's a 2-2. Hard hit, foul. These days, if Bregman doesn't get to it, it's probably foul. He's been a vacuum over there at third base this postseason for Houston.
Quick feet. Good hands.
Former shortstop at LSU. 2-2 pitch. That is into the gap in left center field. Back at the rip. It's one hop and up against it. Forsythe with another hit. Now 4 out of 9 in this World Series.
Well, the pitcher knows best when he releases it. When he goes down to his knee, it's never a good thing. Keuchel lets the ball go, and you see the height is not where he wants it, and that's exactly where the Dodgers want it. Great piece of hitting. Watch Keuchel. As soon as he does that, he knows that ball's been squared up.
What a World Series for Logan Forsythe. 1 out double, and here is Yasiel Puig.
I think Puig would be aggressive on this first pitch. He's been taking a lot of first pitches non-competitively.
Good block by McCann.
And what I mean by that, like totally not ready to hit, just going to take it. And at some point, he'll change that approach depending on what at bat it is, and a runner at second now looking to drive in another run.
Good luck lick for his bat as he digs his way back in. There's Turner Ward, his hitting coach. That's in the dirt. 2-0. Puig, like a ninja, keeps sneaking up on Turner Ward. Grabs him from behind, kisses him back of the head, puts his hand up and kisses his hand in front of his face. He's kind of his target down there in the dugout.
Well, it's a little different year, and Turner Ward should be proud of the progress that Puig has made offensively. He's a different player this year.
Off the end of the bat. 2-1.
The Dodgers have been patient. They've gone through frustration with Yasiel Puig, and they're seeing the benefits of now certain disciplines that he's learning at the plate and obviously out on the field and the base paths.
But a turnaround against lefties for Puig in the postseason, as the right-hander Luke Gregerson gets up for the Astros here in the fourth. Inside corner. Puig doesn't like it again. Second time he's had one of those called against him tonight.
Well, it's almost an impossible pitch for a right-hander to hit. Even if they go to swing, you got to get so far out in front of the barrel. A lot of times you're just going to pull this pitch foul. So a hitter knows, I can't hit that. I got to stay off of it. Depend that my eyes are going to get a ball called.
One out, Forsythe at second. 3-0 Dodgers, fourth inning. And a 2-2 to Puig. Struck him out. Four strikeouts now for Dallas Keuchel.
And you can see what happens to a hitter. Once a pitch is called, he then is forced to swing at anything close enough in there to not take a chance that it won't be called again. And kind of a tied up inside cutter. That's where I thought he would go with Forsythe.
It's the first time since 1970 the two teams that won 100+ games match up in a World Series. Dodgers won 104, the Astros 101.
Oh, Van, I'll see it, please. Thank you.
Ball one in the dirt. The Astros represented the National League when they went to their only previous World Series in 2005, lost to the White Sox. Now AL representatives taking on the Dodgers. What's been a fun World Series to this point. There will be at least 6 games, as that's well outside. 2-0 on Austin Barnes.
You know, the only thing, you know, every time you go on the mound, you'd love to have your A stuff all the time. And it's late in the year. It looks like for Dallas that sinker is just a little bit too much manipulated. Instead of late life coming out of his hand, knowing it's going to be a strike, and let it fade away for a ball. A lot of them have been forced down so far tonight.
2-0. Not close. First base is open. 2 out. Charlie Culberson on deck. So certainly Keuchel doesn't have to give in to Austin Barnes. See what he gives him on 3-0. See if Barnes takes a swipe at it. 3-1.
I mentioned the hitters looking for the pitcher to give away anything. Well, the pitcher and McCann are looking at hitters and seeing who's jumpy, who's trying to go out and get a ball. That determines your game plan. Right now, the Dodgers are not jumping out at Keuchel at all. They're waiting for Keuchel to come to him, that particular batter, and they're doing a much better job. Their patience from the first inning till this inning.
3-1.
Three balls and a strike, and now a shot into left field. This ball is down in front of Gonzalez. In to score is Forsythe, and it's 4-0 Dodgers in the fourth. A 2-out RBI hit by the number 8 hitter Austin Barnes brings home Logan Forsythe, and they celebrate in the Dodger dugout a 4-run lead.
Almost look at the last minute that Gonzalez had a chance to get to this ball. You see the cutting action. Great piece of hitting. This ball just had a little bit too much top spin as Gonzalez couldn't get there to make a diving attempt.
16 of the 22 runs have scored for the Dodgers with 2 outs.
Ball's down.
Including all 3 in the first inning tonight, and now this one in the 4th.
Game plan and execution.
Bregman at a deep third base. Culberson waits. Takes down for ball 2. Two-0 pitch off the end of the bat. Culberson, if he's thinking along with me, would probably tell me, shut up, I'm not going to bunt here with 2 outs. But Bregman is very deep at third base. Culberson homered in that crazy game 2. The 11th inning in a 7-6 Houston win.
Ball's down.
Now the count 3-1, and it's just a different Dallas Keuchel tonight.
It is, and that's what happens. He's battling, trying to find a way. As a pitcher, you never want to give the feeling that you're not in control and don't have your best stuff. But sometimes the hitters will know, okay, he doesn't have his best stuff. Let's use the count to our favor, and they've been able to do that.
Culberson was so good in the NLCS, playing in place of the injured Corey Seager. Had 5 hits. He's got 6 this postseason, had 2 all year. 2 for 13 with the Dodgers. Runner at first will go. That's Barnes. 3-2 pitch. Culberson spent the majority of the year at AAA. And he cited that as one of the reasons why he celebrated the way he did when he hit that extra inning home run that made it a 1-run game in the 11th last Wednesday night. 3-2 is grounded to the right side. Altuve tried for a base hit. That guy gives everything he's got every game, Jose Altuve, and that could be it for Dallas Keuchel. And there are multiple layers to this, not the least of which is the potential of having Keuchel with a little bit left in the tank if there's a game 7.
Absolutely.
Our call to the bullpen is sponsored by Bright House Financial, established by MetLife. Runners on at first and second, and the Astros have had to go to their bullpen here in the fourth with Luke Gregerson in the ballgame in relief of Dallas Keuchel, who went 3 2/3 so far. 4 runs on his record, 5 hits, 2 walks, 4 strikeouts through 86 pitches in 3 2/3. With 2 on, 2 out, Taylor takes a strike. This for Dallas Keuchel, his 156th home start and his shortest. Comes at a bad time.
Yeah, you got to credit the Dodgers and a couple misplays by the Astros. You never know what was going to happen if Gonzalez came up with that base hit in the first. Of course, the botched pickoff attempt at first. The Dodgers' approach has been absolutely perfect against Keuchel, who was not perfect.
Outside.
1 ball, 1 strike on Chris Taylor, who's 1 for 2. We should see the right-hander Colin McHugh before the end of this game. KJ Hinch wants to see how he comes off this layoff. He's thrown in only 1 game this postseason. Starter for the Astros. He may get a chance to pitch here tonight. 2 on, 2 out, 1-1 pitch.
Oh, down 2-1.
Sinkers and sliders. Gregerson. Occasional cutter.
Dodgers attempting to come in here to Houston and take 2 of 3. Win back-to-back games. Here's a 2-1. On the outside corner, 2 and 2. Two on, 2 out, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Not close, and great base running by Austin Barnes. He was on his toes and ready to go the instant that ball hit the dirt.
Great secondary lead. Loves him to do that.
It's a wild pitch on Gregerson. It's got to be an unnerving feeling for A.J. Hinch, the manager of the Astros, knowing he had Keuchel tonight. He's got the brilliant Verlander going in Game 6, but he just doesn't know who's going to step forward for him in his bullpen. So many question marks, as many as I can remember any World Series team having in the 20 that we've covered at Fox.
Yeah, the timing hasn't been great for a couple of guys. They have an opportunity to redeem themselves for sure, but we'll see what happens the rest of this game.
Runner at first will go. That's Culberson. And strike 3 on Taylor as he went around. But so far, Game 5 has not gone the Astros' way. There's the strikeout. The play by Gonzalez in left. The frustration for Altuve and the starter Keuchel. Kershaw back to work, now leading by 4. Bottom of the fourth inning is underway. First pitch was down and away, ball one from Clayton Kershaw. Now the next to George Springer. 2-0. Top of the order for the Astros, down by 4.
Kershaw on attack the first time through the lineup, just like he was in LA, but he's not going to lay fastballs in there just because he's up 4-0. He is going to continue to pitch and try to frustrate the Houston lineup. Believe at home that this lineup could have one hit going into the 9th inning yesterday, but that's exactly what Dodgers and Alex Wood did.
2-1.
No, ball's up.
High, 3-1. Springer grounded to third base his first time up. He hit one last night. He hit a big one in game 2, the game winner in the 11th. He's got 3 this postseason. Here's the 3-1.
Ball's inside.
Inside, a leadoff walk. We talked about the defense of Alex Bregman. We go back and give you a StatCast powered by Amazon Web Services. The play he made at the plate last night in game 4.
The play was made on the short hop. He had time to get the throw. The play earlier. This right here, what a great throw and his arm strength.
That was to get Turner in the 7th. Now a ball up and away to Bregman here, and these Astros want to give this big crowd a reason to make more noise as they trail by 4.
Well, unlike game 1 where these two hooked up, the rhythm was there was no time in between innings. Each pitcher went out. Seemed like they were pitching every 5 minutes. Well, there's been some delayed innings, and there's been some time sitting on the bench for Kershaw.
Kershaw allowed a leadoff single last inning, and then Marwin Gonzalez bounced into a double play. Colin McHugh is getting loose, and we will see him after Gregerson got out of the top of this 4th. Right guys coming up to take advantage of that leadoff walk. The 1-1.
That's outside.
The hardest thing to do for a lineup against Kershaw is to be patient and not everybody try to swing to hit a home run. Because you sit there and go, well, what are the likelihood that we're going to get 3 or 4 hits in an inning? Well, that's not the purpose. You try to grind out a bat's chip away, because there is not a good likelihood you're going to get 5 or 4 hits in an inning.
3-1 now on Bregman.
The first 2 hitters have shown the discipline on the fastball up. Uncharacteristically, Kershaw been up with the fastball going into the first 3 innings. Everything's been down. Bregman wants it middle in. He has the advantage of a 3-1 count.
Bregman has hit 4 home runs this postseason. Chris Sale twice. We got Kershaw in game 1 of this World Series. And last night, Kenley Jansen. Pretty good list.
Right now, he's trying to get the heartbeat back in his leg that he just fouled a ball off of. Kershaw went inside 3-1. You can see it is a modified limp there. Here's the pitch. You can see he fouls it off, even though it's off that pad. Hurts.
see that with catchers where the ball hits him on that hinge. It looks like that's what happened to Bregman, but he's back in there, waits for a 3-2.
That's such a good pitch. When you're 3-1 and you can get a foul ball inside on the hitter, and he fouled it up with a cutter inside, just trying to get the hitter to chase.
Reaching for it, fly ball to left center. Hernandez, 1 out. So a leadoff walk and then a 3-1 count on Bregman, and Clayton Kershaw battled back.
But he got Bregman to swing outside the strike zone. Down 4-0. You want to make it happen. And this pitch right here, watch, it's down and he reaches for it. Ball 4.
And that's big with this guy stepping to the plate, Jose Altuve. Although he struck out his first time, and he is 3 for 20 in this World Series.
Ball's down. Can he swing? Can he swing?
Altuve hit .533 with 3 home runs against the Red Sox, .320 with 2 home runs against the Yankees. Started the night at .158 with 1 home run for his only RBI against the Dodgers. Runner goes on a foul out of play right side. Springer has to come back.
Springer got a huge jump. But Altuve saw a pitch he liked. Couldn't stay off of it. Kershaw's tough to run on because he's got that modified slide step where he just leans and goes to home plate. He also has that nonchalant throw to first where he can pick you off.
Ball's down.
2 balls and a strike. And I mentioned about Keuchel, his side day would be on Wednesday, which is when there would be a Game 7 if necessary. I talked to Dave Roberts, the manager of the Dodgers, about Kershaw in that category. Tell you what he said after this. 2-1. He said I'd be lying if I said I hadn't thought about that. But I can't get ahead of myself. And his only focus with his ace on the mound is to get the win here tonight, get the series advantage, and then worry about what happens in LA when the 2 teams touch down there.
Yeah, absolutely. And that focus is going to come with the guy on the mound in an ideal situation in Jansen. Talking about just kind of a lazy, looks like, oh, I might be going home. The base runner gets off the bag, even if he's in base stealing mode. His lead is always going to be where he can dive back. That's how big a lead he wants.
2-2. That's into left field, a base hit. There's life for Houston here in the 4th. Budweiser game summary here in the 4th inning. 4-0 Dodgers lead it. Logan Forsythe with a 2-run single in the 1st inning. He's also doubled and scored a run. Clayton Kershaw, his numbers, and Dallas Keuchel knocked out before he could get through 4. not going to get a ton of opportunities, and here is one for the Houston Astros with their cleanup hitter Carlos Correa at the plate.
Yeah, all the at-bats have been really quick off of Kershaw, meaning it doesn't take many pitches for a result. Been aggressive against Kershaw. Attack mode right away.
Kershaw just called Barnes out to talk.
5 pitches in the previous 3 at-bats in LA. 2 pitches in the first at-bat tonight.
Correa with huge numbers in the postseason here at home.
They're changing the signs again and making sure. Trying to decode everything they're doing.
First pitch swinging, strike 1. For Correa, 4 home runs in 10 postseason games here at home. Saw that average of 395, plus 11 RBIs. He loves hitting here at Minute Maid. 2 on, 1 out. That's a base hit. Springer will come to the plate. Altuve over to third. Into second, Correa. It's 4-1.
Correa does a much better job getting the head of the bat out. They've been pounding him in. This is just much better hitting and great pitching. You tip your hat even though you want to. That pitch is inside and he hooked it.
Now we're going to review the call at second base. Culberson said he got him, might have blocked the bag. And they are going to ask for a review. And the heel is on the bag. Does he pop up? No. The replay review sponsored by WB Mason, and everything we've seen, John, is that it'll stand as an RBI double.
Yeah, this should be a quick replay, but you can understand. I mean, it's worth it when you get an opportunity to have a replay and you never know. Since you get 2, can't take them to LA with you.
The Astros are about to bring the tying run to the plate. Person of Yuli Gurriel. Here's another look. Ball stands safe. Each side 0 for 1 on challenges.
The Astros have brought the crowd back. You don't even have to get a hit here if you're Gurriel. You got to get the runner in. That's the first and only goal. If you get the hit, that's a bonus. They're going to play the infield back, so the ground ball will score Altuve.
Second and third, 1 out. Gurriel has tied it. Wow! 4-4. Takes a strike. John, that is the 8th home run against Kershaw this postseason. 8.
Yeah, that part's tough to explain. And you don't mind most of them being solos. That one right there, first pitch fastball, and Gurriel had a plan. And that plan was don't miss it, and he didn't. That's why these two teams are so good. I mean, expect the unexpected, I guess.
And just sit back and take it all in. Reddick skies one on the infield. Bellinger, 2 out. And for Yuli Gurriel, who has struggled against left-handed pitching this postseason, which has really surprised his manager A.J. Hinch. That was a no-doubter into left.
Yeah, it sure was. And they've made a tiny adjustment in their way that they're attacking Kershaw second time through. Aggressive, looking for the pitch, and then not missing it.
Now Evan Gattis, who singled his first time.
You're out there, there's not a worse feeling in the world, and there's nowhere to go as a pitcher. You just have to regroup, tell yourself it's tied, and keep pitching. There's nowhere to go.
Ball 2 to Gattis. Talked about Yuli Gurriel, the 33-year-old rookie, played in big games in Cuba. Well, kind of prepared him for the big stage, the Major League Baseball postseason. And he has stepped into the spotlight.
I mentioned about the delays in between innings. This inning started with an uncharacteristic walk.
3-0 pitch here. 3-1.
The psyche of a walk is so incredibly different than giving up a base hit. It's unreal. It's like giving the free pass. And what the Astros were able to do is bring the tying runs to the plate after getting a couple hits. And then the theme of baseball, the homer.
Gattis hits one in the air to left, but got under it, and Kike Hernandez ends the inning. Here we go again. The reaction from the dugout. Springer in the middle of it. He started it with a walk. It's 4-4 after 4 in Game 5. Back after this from your local Fox station. 4-4 game, 5th inning, and Colin McHugh, who has pitched only once this postseason after Yuli Gurriel has tied it with a 3-run home run, is into the game. They're the regular season numbers. He started the year on the disabled list with right shoulder tendonitis. As it counts 1-1 on Corey Seager. And A.J. Hinch said before the game, I've got to see what McHugh can give me, because he has answers with some of the other guys who haven't been good in his bullpen this postseason, and particularly in this World Series. So it's McHugh.
2-1.
Behind on the count, 2-1.
Well, very unassuming, but what he does is spin the baseball and create spin on his fastball and cutter. He's a curveball guy with a fastball that plays up in the zone. Hitters just don't always see it.
Count goes to 3-1 on Seager, with Turner and Kike Hernandez to follow. As the Dodgers' 4-run lead is gone.
As you mentioned, he has not pitched as much, so you wonder about the rust factor for McHugh.
Well, he's been sitting there watching with the rest of us, with one exception in the postseason, and now he's in a World Series Game 5 with the series tied 2 games apiece. And instead of let's just see what you can do in a 4-0 game, it's 4-4. It's his game.
Yeah.
Welcome to the action, Colin McHugh. And welcome to a leadoff walk to start the 5th. Chevrolet is the official vehicle of Major League Baseball and the only brand to earn J.D. Power Dependability Awards for cars, trucks, and SUVs 2 years in a row. So not the start that McHugh or A.J. Hinch wanted. The batter will be Turner.
And that changes, believe it or not. If you're coming in down 4-0 versus now all of a sudden 4-4, your mindset changes. It shouldn't, but it affects you in a different way. And already starting off with that dreaded walk in the postseason, to lead off an inning usually results in not good stuff for the pitcher.
That's way outside. I'm sure there will not be a very long leash for McHugh. The problem is who comes out of that bullpen. Musgrove pitched last night. Peacock likely unavailable because of his effort here in Game 3. The same for Lance McCullers, who got the start and has been good out of the bullpen, and is scheduled to start a Game 7 if there is one. 1-0 to Turner.
It's outside.
2-0. They were patient against Keuchel, and they've shown patience against McHugh.
McHugh yet to land his fastball anywhere close to the target, missing it, throwing his curveball for the only strike. Swinging strike. At this point, he'd take an atom ball. I mean, a ball right at somebody hard.
Turner on 2-0 unloads and fouls it back. Justin walked in the first and scored, popped up in the third. Facing the right-hander McHugh now. Missed over 3 months with that bad right shoulder, McHugh did. Right into the cauldron here in the 5th, the 2-1. That's down for ball 3 and may have been stopped at the plate by the home plate umpire Bill Miller, or McCann got enough of it to avoid sending Seager to second.
And you don't want a 3-1 count to this guy Turner.
Off the right shoe of Miller, the umpire, after McCann couldn't corral it. Back-to-back walks. Here comes Brent Strom. The only time that McHugh has pitched this postseason was Game 3 of the ALCS at the Yankees 13 days ago on October 16th. He did throw 4 hitless innings. But that's his only outing since the 1st of October.
and it's tough because you're a field pitcher. He spins the baseball, as I mentioned. He's more comfortable throwing curveballs and cutters, and right now the fastball, I'm sure, has some life behind it, but doesn't have the location. So this message has got to be simplify, stay back, trust, all the different things. Pitching coach, all they're doing when they come out to the mound is trying to reset your brain. Put a positive thought in there so that you can go back to what you intended to do, and that's pound the strike zone.
Nobody is up for the Astros in their bullpen. Kike Hernandez, who against the left-hander Keuchel got the start in the cleanup spot, is at the plate.
Down.
Ball one. Big swing by Hernandez, a ball and a strike.
A little surprised they haven't gone back to the curveball. Just to get the feel back and something that's a little more comfortable to change it up when you miss that many times with the fastball. See if he gets back in the count right here, 1-1, if that changes the pitch selection.
Check swing, strike two, and there is action now for the Astros in their bullpen. It's Musgrove who worked last night in the ninth. Caught Seager flat-footed.
That's a great call, but a hard play for the pitcher. It really is, because you're intent on making a pitch and you're wait, and he gives you daylight. I just tell you, for me personally, in a situation like this, it had to be a pickoff play. I could not do daylight. I just wanted to know that it was going to be guaranteed that my infielder was going to be there. That's how difficult it is with the tension of your legs in this moment.
The 1-2. Breaking ball struck him out. One away. And Hernandez can't believe the call.
And he's going to be right, but that's the side we keep talking about. He's going to be right when he goes back and looks at this pitch. That's on the inside part of the plate, and it never turns to the plate. Never. But because that side, he's actually getting out of the way of the pitch, and to his shock, it's strike three. And I'm a pitcher talking.
2 on, 1 out now for Bellinger.
It's outside.
And that's why Hernandez was shocked. Bellinger has struck out twice. That was against Keuchel. Once last night, mixed in amongst his 2 doubles, his 2 runs, and his RBI. So he has struck out 10 times in this World Series. Following a year in which he hit 39 home runs as a rookie. He set an NL record. The 1-1.
But he may have changed the series for the Dodgers yesterday. So all those strikeouts kind of go away for now. And his feeling is a little bit better. This is a young kid who hasn't gone through a season or a campaign this long. And is learning on the moment. And was relieved yesterday answering questions about not putting the ball in play.
Strike two.
See if McCann changes the selection. The tempting thing would be to go to a curveball right here. But because you can expand the zone on the outside part of the plate, see what McCann and McHugh decide to do.
High fly ball into right. Back at the wall. It's gone. Bellinger with a 3-run home run. And the Dodgers lead 7-4 here in the fifth. The 33-year-old rookie homered for the Astros in the bottom of the fourth. The 22-year-old rookie homers for the Dodgers in the top of the fifth. 7-4.
That curveball did not have the bite to it, and boy, did Bellinger the last two nights feels a little bit better, I'll say. Wow.
Now Forsythe takes a strike.
And that's why I was saying it's so tempting to go back out there with the fastball. You're getting a couple inches on that side of the plate, even though he had been swinging and missing on a lot of curveballs. He got one that hung.
Strike two on Forsythe. Ken Rosenthal, you asked A.J. Hinch if the bullpen is keeping him up at night. I thought he had a pretty unique answer to your question.
Well, he basically said the World Series, he's up all night anyway, but he is a guy that right now is trying to figure out answers, Joe. He doesn't have answers, and this is the problem as we go forward here. The only guys he seems to trust are Harris and Davinsky. After that, it's a crapshoot. Ken Giles, he said before the game, would not close tonight. So the question is, where do you go?
Well, tonight it's McHugh, which he told us he would do before the game. And he went walk, strikeout, and gave up the 3-run home run. But yeah, he, before the game, to the press, said that he told Ken Giles he would not close the game tonight to take that question mark away for Giles. And he said, it may not keep me up at night, but it's the first thing I think of when I wake up trying to figure out how to put this puzzle together. That's into right. Out number 2. Back to the home run.
Well, he's so strong and he can cover a lot of the plate, and he knows it. Short to right field. Much better arc and swing when that ball meets the bat. A hitter and a pitcher knows. But again, it started with a walk, and in this case 2 walks. And that's 4 on the night. They've all scored. The walk is not a pitcher's friend unless you are pitching to a base open. Nowadays you don't even have to pitch to it. You just tell them, I'm walking you.
Puig takes a strike. Yasiel Puig is 0 for 2. And Puig is saying you're giving the inside corner and a couple of inches. Now the outside corner and a couple of inches. It's 0 and 2. He's been frustrated tonight. He's grounded out and struck out. I thought the reaction by Kike Hernandez was telling. He struck out looking on that call that McHugh got. And he was leading the cheering in that Dodger dugout when that ball left. Halfway through game number 5. Bellinger has untied it to the delight of Kike Hernandez. The rookie pounds one over the wall in right. The Dodgers lead 7-4. Welcome back to the World Series presented by YouTube TV. Glad you're with us. Another crazy game in this 2017 World Series. 113th in Major League Baseball history. It's been a great.
That's outside.
We start the bottom of the 5th inning, and the lead is 3 now for the Dodgers. After the two teams just traded 3-run shots. Gurriel for the Astros. Cody Bellinger for the Dodgers. 2-0 now on Marwin Gonzalez.
Again, another uncharacteristically long inning for Kershaw. Not batting, of course, in the American League, so fidgety in the dugout. His team has given him another 3-run lead.
And he's gone 3-0 on the leadoff hitter. He issued a leadoff walk last inning. A 1-out hit by Altuve, an RBI double by Correa, and a 3-run home run by Gurriel. We'll have more on Gurriel in his last couple of days with Ken Rosenthal next time he comes up. 3-1. Marwin Gonzalez will not curry favor with the home plate umpire by walking away on that pitch. High strike. False start. Offense. Number 22.
tell he's grinding, trying to get back in that rhythm.
3-1. Gonzalez skies it into left, carrying back to the track. 1 out in the 5th. Well, there is Stephen Moyer, Sean Teal, and Blair Redford from The Gifted, the new Marvel series on Fox. Critics are saying it's everything an X-Men TV show should be. Check out an all-new episode of The Gifted tomorrow at 9 Eastern, 8 Central, right here on Fox. And then the following night, we'll have Game 6 of this World Series.
That's right. We talked about watching that tomorrow. We got a day off. We did.
Here's McCann. Strike on the outside corner.
No, it's inside.
Probably be better to watch in your Hall of Fame suite.
Yeah. Yeah, no more room. No more room.
1-1 to McCann. That's down the line, hooking. Tell you a couple of loud connections. One by Gonzalez that he hit straight up to the track and left a moment ago, and that one just curled to the wrong side of the foul pole for the Astros. Got him on the inside corner, 2 out. And McCann knew it. Just the second strikeout for Kershaw after he K'd 11 in Game 1. Tonight's telecast is sponsored by T-Mobile. This postseason, there's a new leader in network. T-Mobile, America's best unlimited network. And by Steal a Base, Steal a Taco, only at Taco Bell. That's producer Pete Macheska, our director Matt Gangle. Glad you're with us tonight on Fox with Kenny Rosenthal, Tom Verducci, field level, Joe Buck and John Smoltz.
Well, Dan, I'll see it, please.
Ball 1 as that skips in to George Springer.
That's the pitch that kind of disappeared there for a while, the curveball. Talked about when he's hit with that pitch, it's much more difficult to kind of hone in on one area of the plate as a hitter.
Outside.
That was Kershaw yelling at himself after that pitch missed down and away. He's frustrated.
Yeah, and he's so good at being able to get back into the strike zone when he wants to. This was instant.
Clayton will be happy that his Dallas Cowboys won today on the road at Washington.
He's probably relaxing in the clubhouse watching that game. That's a good time killer.
Two-one delivery, Springer. Ball 3.
Typically at this point in the game, if Dave Roberts and your horse has a 3-run lead, you're feeling great, but you're also reading your pitcher to see if that feeling stays the same before you have to get the bullpen up.
A very tired bullpen. That's a strike, and Springer comes back.
Well, it's been on both sides. So, I mean, both teams have had this side of the plate to deal with. I'd be stuck right there as a pitcher. I would just keep going right there.
So you have to be able to hit it, meaning that spot.
Yeah.
3-2. Well, a along the lines of what you were just talking about. Kenta Maeda is getting loose.
Yeah, he's just out of sorts just a little bit and forcing the action. Obviously, we've seen him yell at himself and disappointment.
3-2. Foul. Dallas Keuchel, the starter for Houston, went 3 2/3 through 86 pitches. This next pitch will be pitch number 84 for Clayton Kershaw. And it's another 3-2 delivery to Springer. He walked him. Every hitter that's walked tonight has come around to score. That includes Springer last inning. He led off with a walk. Here's Bregman, who homered off Kershaw in game 1. Here comes Rick Honeycutt, who's been in that pitching coach position for the Dodgers for 12 years. So they will talk on the mound, and we will give you a quick word from T-Mobile.
For every home run during the World Series, T-Mobile will donate $20,000 to hurricane recovery.
Good in that 6 seconds. Get that in.
It's just tailor-made for a mound visit. Kershaw trying to get through 5, and he's got Bregman standing in his way. Bregman could make this a 1-run game with his 5th home run of the postseason. Hit 19 during the regular season. Kershaw gets the call. Go ahead.
Not a strike.
The 0-1.
That's outside.
Now Rick Honeycutt and Dave Roberts talk it over. There's the curveball for strike 2.
Yeah, that's better feel, and that might have been part of the conversation, saying, let's spin a few more of these and change at least the eye level and the radar in the guy's mind that the fastball looks so much firmer after seeing a curveball like that.
Late on a 93-mile-an-hour fastball.
You know, it was almost bound to happen. Everybody that has really towed the rubber, again, with the exception of Darvish, because that's not the typical outing, has been so good. And all the starters have been locked in. This is a game where that has not been the case. The command has not been on both sides where each pitcher would like it.
That is foul.
Consequently, it's been a grind, and it turned into a grind for Kershaw after the long inning. The Astros put up a 4-spot and tied the game, and then another long inning. Dodgers put up 3. He's 1 out away from breathing easier. Only 4 swings and misses for Kershaw.
Game 1 of this World Series with Keuchel and Kershaw went 228. We're at 221 already in Game 5. And it's a 2-2 count now. We're only in the 5th. Look at the pitch count for Kershaw. Up to 90.
Yeah, you get the sense that this is going to be it. Maeda's been warming up, and the pitch count has taken its toll. He's trying to get through the 5th.
52nd pitch of the last 2 innings coming here. Bregman. Another foul.
But the Dodgers twice now have zapped this crowd. The first inning and the top of the 5th.
Because of the way the Astros lineup is set up with these right-handed bats. Maeda in the heart of the order to follow Bregman either now or next inning. Get loose. That is foul. A.J. Hinch has right-hander, 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 right-hander. First 5 spots in his lineup. Number 2 hitter Alex Bregman. Another 2-2. Full count.
There's the time in between innings. There might not have been in Game 1 anything longer than 5 minutes. A long time
For a guy who spent 5 weeks on the DL with a bad back. Runner at first goes. 3-2 is down. Ball 4. And the tying run will come to the plate. And Clayton Kershaw is going to be surprised, I believe, to turn around and see Dave Roberts.
I think he knew once his infielders were gathering around him, that was going to be it.
Well, the Astros have knocked out Clayton Kershaw. If there's no surprise in coming out in the 5th, there is certainly disappointment for Kershaw. Maeda coming in. Altuve, the tying run, coming up. Clayton Kershaw had a 4-0 lead. He throws 94 pitches. He cannot get the win. He leaves with runners on at first and second, 2 out, and Jose Altuve coming up. He gives way to Kenta Maeda, who's been so good this postseason out of the pen.
He has been, but you got to wonder how crisp will he be after all the pitches he threw a couple games ago.
Fastball has played up since going to the bullpen. Gets the first pitch past the bat of Altuve after he went 2 2/3 innings, allowed only 1 hit through 42 pitches here 2 nights ago. Runners on at first and second, Springer and Bregman.
Everything will typically be away, as you would imagine, against Altuve. Those are sliders. Fastball velocity, as you said, Joe, is up out of being out of the pen. More adrenaline, less work.
Ken Rosenthal reported at the start of the night, Brandon Morrow likely not available after working every game in this World Series. So a thinner bullpen for the Dodgers. Heads down. 2-1.
I've been impressed with the offensive approaches in tonight's game, meaning aggressive counts, but there haven't been a ton of aggressive swings. They haven't expanded the zone. They're waiting for a particular pitch. When they get it, most of the guys have been able to square it up.
Altuve waits for a 2-1 from Maeda. 2-2.
Altuve would like to have that one back for sure. This one did not break where he wanted it to. Spins out on his heel. We've seen him slip a few times trying to take a big cut.
Now a 2-2 pitch. Full count with Correa on deck.
Tension and pressure. That's what this game's been filled with. And when you have those moments, you try to make perfect pitches. A couple of the sliders are not close enough for Altuve to swing at. I almost think he's got to go right back to a slider, though, on the 3-2 count.
Tying run at the plate. 3-2. Runners go, and a shot down the line. Foul.
See, that one didn't turn. That one spun. Overcorrected it, pulled it without the turn in the zone. Where he threw it, he's lucky. He's lucky he didn't turn, because Altuve would have kept that ball fair. Watch it come out of his hand. It's just spinning. It almost backs up. Whenever a catcher takes his glove the other way, that's a bad sign when it's a slider.
Altuve, open stance, waits. Another 3-2 and a high fly ball. Deep left center field. At the wall. Tie game. Unbelievable.
Not being able to trust the slider, went to the fastball, and this is a guy that doesn't miss fastballs, especially in that spot, to the deepest part, almost, of the park. The smallest guy went big.
After hitting 24 in the regular season, Altuve's got 7 home runs this postseason.
Unbelievable. And again, just the amount of pitches and Maeda just a tick off in his sharpness, and you can understand it.
Here's Forsythe. Tough play. Wild throw. The throw out of play down to second is Correa, the go-ahead run.
This ball had funny spin right there. See that turn, and he reaches for it. And that reach right there and the good speed of Correa, the ball goes thrown into the runner. A hard play for a left-handed first baseman.
It goes down as a single, and then an error on the throw by Forsythe.
Can't make this stuff up. 2 walks in the previous inning, 3-run homer. 2 walks in the bottom of the 5th, and a 3-run homer. Difference is, we're 2 outs.
Now Yuli Gurriel takes a strike. There's action for the Dodgers in their bullpen. I mean, the Dodgers and the Astros have each put up 7 runs. Keuchel was going for the Astros. Kershaw was going for the Dodgers. And they weren't good enough.
The Dodgers bullpen's better, but the Astros bullpen's fresher. The problem is, AJ doesn't really know where to go in some of the freshness of that bullpen because he has not seen the normal activity he's seen in a regular season from some of his guys.
With 2 out, Gurriel fouls it. So Kershaw lifted after the walk to Bregman. Bregman really battled him. And the reaction by Kershaw when that ball left the park. Off the bat of Altuve. Gurriel on 0-2. Grounds one left side. Seager. Long throw, and he got it. What a game. What an inning. What a World Series. These 2 heavyweight fighters trading blows in the center of the ring. And after 5, tied at 7. broadcast is sponsored by YouTube TV. Cable-free live TV is here. That's Bobby Vasquez. Bobby Dynamite, they call him, here at Minute Maid Park. He blows the train whistle and gets that thing rolling on top of the left field wall. What a game. Game 2 was crazy in Los Angeles as this World Series was sent to Houston. Game 5 crazy here tonight. To think that Dallas Keuchel and Clayton Kershaw, as Colin McHugh has gone to 0-2 on Austin Barnes. We've seen their team score 7 runs and it's not enough. The 0-2
Down.
Been some great at-bats in this game. I mean, great at-bats. Tough pitches to lay off and then getting the one and not missing it. It doesn't happen a lot like this.
Good on the outside corner. Barnes strikes out. Now Jock Peterson will come off the bench and bat for Culberson. Tom Verducci, what a game here in Game 5.
Well, we're only 4.5 games into this series already. There's only been one World Series ever played with more home runs than this one. The count up to 18. Guys, what I noticed too, Clayton Kershaw, like a lot of pitchers in this series, no slider whatsoever. 38 sliders tonight. Got only 1 swing and miss. 3 of the 4 hits, including the home run by Gurriel on the slider, the walk to Bregman on the slider. Maeda, no slider tonight, had to go to the fastball to Altuve. Pitchers have been noticing it's been tough to throw those sliders.
And Tom Verducci wrote a piece for SI.com that came out today about that very topic. And we've heard, John, as Peterson takes a strike, as McHugh is trying to settle into this game, about the stitching on the baseball being different in years past, and now they're saying the ball's slick here in this World Series. Tough to grip. 0-1 the count on Peterson, who hit a big 3-run home run here last night. That's in the dirt.
Well, since it hurts to put a ball in my hand, I haven't done it since I retired, but I will trust the pitchers who have the balls in their hand because they know that's what their livelihood is. And if some think that might be the case, whether it is ultimately to the degree that they think, it'll affect you in how you perceive throwing the baseball, whether it's subconsciously or literally have an effect.
Peterson way out in front. That's strike 2.
But it does hurt when I hold a baseball, whether I throw it or not.
It was worth it.
It was.
6th inning in a 7-7 game. There have been 7 walks handed out here tonight, and all 7 who have drawn a base on balls have come around to score.
Yeah, it's the worst time of the year to have a walk. Regular season, it's a little bit different. You never have the atmosphere like this. You never have the attention to detail like this.
Full count.
What's impressive about the walks in the bottom half of the 5th, it came with 2 outs. 2 grinding at bats that ultimately led to Kershaw being taken out, and then the 3-run homer by Altuve on a 3-2 count.
Late. So no pitch for the 3-2 count, and McHugh's got to gather himself behind the mound. Peterson last night was 1 for 4 with the 3-run home run that put it out of reach in the 9th inning. Hit that on Musgrove. ball 4. There's walk number 8. And the third walk on the record of Colin McHugh. Home runs now mean even more in the World Series, with T-Mobile donating $20,000 for every one hit, benefiting hurricane recovery efforts. Now we need the fans to do their part. Tweet or retweet #HR4HR. T-Mobile will donate another $2 every single time. Here comes the pitching coach, Brent Strom, with 1 on, 1 out. So 18, as you heard from Tom Verducci, helping that cause for hurricane recovery efforts. Compliments of T-Mobile.
You know, when you get to this time, pitchers giving up solo home runs, you can understand it. But the amount of 3-run homers, not only in this game, but really throughout the playoffs, multiple on-base home runs, those are tough to swallow as a pitcher. You usually don't see it.
Strom back to the dugout. McHugh now trying to pitch around the 1-out walk back to the top of the order, and Chris Taylor.
Ball's down off field, please.
Saw Brad Peacock getting loose. Brad Peacock was the hero out of the bullpen in game 3. When he went 3 2/3, struck out 4, didn't allow a hit, and got his first big league save. This is the first World Series game ever with 3 or more run home runs. Wow. Off the end of the bat, easy into right for Reddick. 2 out. Now the batter will be Corey Seager. Each manager the rest of the way just trying to get out where they can.
Oh, I can't even imagine what the managers are thinking at this point, and how this game has gone nowhere close to what they thought, what they planned for, and who they had expected to be in.
Seager. Strike 1. Ball 1. Strike 2.
Hughes never going to show emotion.
Two balls, 2 strikes. Runner at first, 2 out. 7-7 in the top of the 6th.
McHugh, of course, had the experience in 2015, pitched pretty well. And now coming out of the pen because of the injury, just trying to find the rhythm, trying to find the place he was comfortable when he would think about starting a game.
Full count. And that means Peterson, the runner at first, will take off. So McCann goes out to talk. They go over their game plan with a 3-2 count on Seager, and we'll give you a quick word from T-Mobile.
Tweet hashtag HR for HR, and T-Mobile will donate $2 to hurricane recovery.
Game 6 is a matchup between Justin Verlander and Rich Hill on Tuesday in Los Angeles. Who will have the series lead? Runner goes. We'll have to do it again.
You would think the only reason Gurriel's holding on Peterson is because they have this shift. So Altuve can protect, but typically on a 3-2 count, you would want to get your first baseman into a position to cover as much territory. But the shift will take care of that, and it'll keep Peterson from getting a huge lead while he takes off on the pitch.
Coming into the outside corner. Fourth strikeout for McHugh, who gets around the 1-out walk. Seager didn't agree. Bill Miller rings him up. Bottom of the 6th, tied at 7. This has been an offensive shootout here tonight. Kenta Maeda, who came on to give up the 3-run game-tying home run to Altuve last inning, starts the 6th. Drops one in for a strike. Josh Reddick, then Evan Gattis, then Marwin Gonzalez. Jock Peterson stays in the game in left, and Kike Hernandez moves in to play second base after Culberson was lifted for the pinch hitter. 1 ball, 1 strike. Both teams have a 3-run home run tonight from a rookie first baseman batting 5th. Bellinger, Gurriel. There's a strike. That's 1-2.
Well, the hitter's been unbelievable all night. At some point, they got to adjust to a certain part of the plate.
Maeda on 1-2. Misses.
And what I mean by that, they don't move around in the box anymore. You know, hitters are pretty stuck in their ways, and rightfully so, the way they're trying to generate power. So they don't move in the box based on where the strike zone is or based on what the pitcher's doing.
Fastball swung on and missed. Reddick strikes out. Leadoff man is gone in the bottom of the 6th inning in a 7-7 game. What a difference. Game 1. The total runs, the walks, the starters, how deep they went, the time of the game. We're already at 254. We're only in the 6th here in Game 5. Total pitches, first pitch temperature, night and day. Dodgers won Game 1 3-1 behind Kershaw. Neither starter will get a decision tonight. A rolling breaking ball stays up for ball 1 to Gattis. Gattis is singled and flied to left. That was against Kershaw. This is the 2nd time in World Series history, and this is the 113th World Series that a team erased 2 different 3-run deficits. The Astros have done that tonight. You have to go back to 1993, Game 4. Toronto came back from 3- and 5-run deficits to win at Philly, 15-14. What's this final going to be? Here's a 1-1. Hit the knees, strike 2.
If you could tell me how many innings we're going to play.
Bullpen active for each team. Maeda.
It goes to show you. We talk about in the open how evenly matched these teams were with different ways of being effective. Right, the power bullpen of the Dodgers, runs, homers, everything just about the same. And here we are in the 6th, 7-7. With 2 of the best left-handed pitchers on the mound, not on their best tonight. But both teams still have a chance.
Maeda's gotten away with a couple of pitches here with Gattis, who backs out of there. He did not get away with a pitch to Altuve.
That's unbelievable.
Almost hit one out on a slider and then hit a fastball out of the park. That's ball 2.
And again, I mean, no one can understand it until you've gone through. It is difficult to pitch all year in one capacity or another, in this case for Maeda as a starter, and then go to the pen for condensed opportunities and try to be effective every time you're called upon. It's not easy.
Maeda was so good in Game 3. But again, through 42 pitches and a couple of nights later, here he is, and he entered, yes, up 3, but 2 on, 2 out, facing the guy who likely is going to win the AL MVP award.
Yeah, he entered stress 1-on-1.
2-2. Breaking ball is down. Full count. So Watson, the lefty, and Stripling, the right-hander, getting loose for LA. A one-out walk. Here comes Dave Roberts. Got Gonzalez coming up, the switch hitter. Ball out to the bullpen. Watson, the lefty. It appears is coming in. Maeda knocked out in the 6th. Earlier tonight, Aaron Lewis, a member of the Boys and Girls Clubs of Greater Houston Stafford Club, delivered the game ball for Game 5 with Astros legend Jose Cruz. Each year, MLB and Boys and Girls Clubs work together to create unique opportunities for nearly 4 million children and teens worldwide. To find out how you can help, go to bgca.org. Jose Cruz is a community outreach executive with the Astros. Spent 13 years in uniform.
No, it's outside.
Tony Watson misses outside. They want to turn Marwin Gonzalez around, make him bat right-handed. Where he has less power than he does as a lefty. Gaddis at first, 1 out. Ball and a strike.
Well, Dodgers struck out to start the last inning and a walk. Astros struck out the bottom half of this inning. Now a walk. This has been two heavyweights.
That's foul. What we've seen in this World Series, go back to World Series Game 2. The Astros got a run in the 8th, a run in the 9th on a home run against Jansen to tie it. And then we've seen, I don't know, if not one of the most thrilling extra inning games in World Series history. The Astros got 2 in the 10th. Dodgers got 2 in the 10th. Astros got 2 in the 11th. Dodgers got 1 in the 11th. Tonight we've seen one of the most thrilling 5th innings in World Series history. Each side getting 3 on a 3-run home run after the Astros got a game-tying 3-run home run by Yuli Gurriel in the bottom of the 4th against Kershaw.
Baseball is incredible.
People have latched onto this series for good reason. 2 100-plus win teams. 2 Titans. 2 good young managers. 2 well-run organizations. About as even as it can get. Series tied. Game 5 is tied. 1-1. That's into right. Puig is coming to the line. And Styles for out number 2.
So that doesn't surprise me. The Dodgers. Chris Taylor flew out to right field. So that means, unfortunately, based on the way the Dodgers are doing it, McCann's going to strike out if they're going to keep copycatting each other.
Yeah, the top of the 6th inning. A 1-out walk to Peterson. Next hitter Taylor flied to right, and then Seager struck out.
Someone's got the Back to the Future manual.
There's strike 1. I'm just proud that you're keeping score correctly.
Yeah, I've been locked in since game yesterday.
Watson, second man out of the pen, 3rd pitcher of the night. And he will not be the last for the Dodgers. The 0-1. That is foul down the right field line. By the way, when this series returns to Los Angeles, it's going to be about 40 degrees temperature-wise lower than it was for game 1. It'll be in the 60s at night. As McCann spoils the pitch, and it was, what, 103, I think was the official number for game 1.
I've never seen anything like that. Obviously, not a lot of people in L.A. had either. The ball was jumping out of that ballpark.
The weather here in Houston has been awesome. A little breezy the last couple of days, but today, picture perfect. We're inside. Runner at first, 2 out. 0-2. McCann drives one right into the defense. And the play at first by Kike Hernandez. No, that was Logan Forsythe. 7-7 going to the 7th. Back after this from your local Fox News. Welcome back to the World Series presented by YouTube TV. Cable-free live TV is here. Brad Peacock takes over. He got the save with 53 pitches, game 3 in the 5-3 win. Ken Rosenthal, this was not the plan for A.J. Hinch coming in.
No, it wasn't, Joe. And talking to Hinch last night, he said, well, at least we have Peacock in reserve for games 6 and 7. We've got Charlie Morton in relief for game 7 if necessary. They did not intend to pitch Peacock tonight.
Good tailing fastball for strike 1 is in at the knees to the DH, Justin Turner.
Same thing here. You wonder how much that work and incredible adrenaline rush as he finished the game will have on his breaking ball. I don't think you'll see 95, 96.
Strike 2 on Turner. Here's the line for Peacock. 3 2/3. No hits in game 3 and got the save. First in his career. And gave the Astros a 2-1 series lead. Relief of Lance McCullers Jr., who pitched very well himself. Question for Peacock, John, has been the slider.
Yeah, he did a better job with it. The hardest thing to do when you're trying to get that ball to break and you're used to being in the starting role is tendency is to power the break instead of trusting that you don't have to throw it as hard to create the same kind of tilted break.
It was Alex Cora on the phone. There's no action for the Astros out in their bullpen at the moment. And again, I mean, as we go through the next couple of innings, Dave Roberts has his closer. A.J. Hinch does not.
Confidence-wise, he doesn't. Yes, you're right.
And he told him before the game, you're not going to close this game.
But I think he's going to have to pitch in this game. I mean, especially obviously if it stays tied for multiple innings. You know, the uniqueness of Peacock is he has a fastball that moves. That's why he's on the first base side of the rubber to the right-handed batter. But he loses the angle of his slider against right-handers because that slider has to start in towards the hitter and break away. If he's on the third base side of the rubber, he can actually use that to his advantage. But this is how he goes depending on who's at the plate.
Another 1-2 to Turner. Way outside. Well, the Dodgers were asking a lot of Kenta Maeda. The Astros are asking a lot of Brad Peacock.
Oh, they sure are. And this is where you have to test your mental toughness, because you know your body, your mind's in it, your heart's in it, but your body's telling you it's not quite fresh enough.
Turner wouldn't go after it. Full count. Pitch. Another foul. Good at bat.
Now at times he will throw the changeup to the right-hander, even though that's not the pitch he wants to go to. But when he struggled with his slider, the command and feel of it, he would go to the changeup every once in a while.
Center, Reddick back on the run. This ball is off the top of the wall. And Turner's got a double to start the 7th.
They're hooking out here.
That ball almost got out. It looked like, at least to me, live. Let's see how much this missed leaving the park. Oh, yeah, right under the yellow line. Right off the top of the wall on a leadoff double for Justin Turner. For those of you just joining us, you have missed a lot. And if you're a baseball fan or a sports fan at all, you missed a ton of action. Our game summary is in now the 7th inning, tied at 7. Cody Bellinger, a 3-run shot in the top of the 5th. Jose Altuve, a 3-run shot to tie in the bottom of the 5th. Here's Bellinger. The 5th inning featured 2 3-run home runs. One by the Dodger rookie and one by the likely AL MVP to tie it on Maeda in relief of Kershaw. And that was after Gurriel had tied it with a 3-run shot of his own in the bottom of the 4th inning, made it 4-4. Here's Hernandez showing bunt, taking the ball. So again, if you're just joining us thinking, well, game 1 was Keuchel and Kershaw, a 3-1 game, a quick, basically 2.5-hour game. This game 5 and the rematch has been nothing like it.
It's been a grind, and it's been tough sledding. Not a lot of clean innings.
Hernandez shows his displeasure with that strike called over the outside part.
And a lot of gutty performances, meaning this is not the ideal situation for a Maeda, for Peacock, even for McHugh, who hadn't pitched a lot. But they're going to have to find somebody to lock in and command the ball a little bit better.
Hernandez just talked to the home plate umpire. Remember, he was called out on a breaking ball back in the 5th on a pitch by McHugh that stayed up and in. Then he got that strike called over the outside part, maybe a little extended, and so he's frustrated, being asked to bunt here, at least initially. The count's 2-1. Only one sacrifice bunt this season for Hernandez. The throw is Turner. Out is Turner. One away. And you can hear Brian McCann yelling.
Hard for Turner. You got to get the bunt a little softer and not back to the mound. That's like a double play right now for Peacock. He had been struggling to command. He makes a great play.
To me, I think you have to question why you're bunting. I mean, this doesn't feel like one run is going to be enough. I know you're on the road and you're trying to get the lead, but Peacock, you're giving him an out. And as it turns out, the out happened at third base. There's a strike.
Yeah, once it got to 2-1, favorable count. But you got to get the bunt to third base. If you're going to bunt, you have to bunt it to third. And PK was not able to do that.
Now he's at first, and Bellinger in the hole, 0-2. To center, Springer. That's past him and to the wall. Kike Hernandez will come all the way around. Digging for third is Bellinger, and the Dodgers are back on top, 8-7. They scored a triple. Springer went for the out. And once it got past him, no chance to keep Hernandez from scoring.
Yeah, such a tough call. Great athlete, but this was one he's got to keep in front of him. He makes a great effort, but once he gets by him, an easy run scoring. That ball had such downward tilt to it because he was playing so deep. And once he gets to the wall, that is an easy triple.
Bellinger delivers another big hit. Pitch was letter high over the outside part. Now the infield in. Forsythe, runner at third, strike one. The defense has been so good for the Astros this entire postseason. Springer's been a big part of that with some catches he made in deep left center field against the Yankees in game 6 and 7.
But he was playing so deep to respect the obvious power of Bellinger, and he had to come in at such a speed where tracking the ball and then making the decision to dive, just a tough call. And Bellinger, the benefactor of a good swing and a high fastball.
Infield is in for the play at the plate. Forsythe has had some big at bats for the Dodgers in this World Series. Takes ball 2. Stripling still up. And Brandon Morrow. And Dave Roberts had told us before the game that Morrow really was unavailable. Now he's getting loose. The best laid plans sometimes go to waste. You've got to grab a game. And the reason being, he had Kershaw going, so he's thinking, I'm going to get Kershaw deep into this game. The Dodgers, according to Roberts, have to win the game that Kershaw starts. And he's going to go for it here tonight.
Yeah, he is. Certainly the top of the lineup for the Astros, where a lot of damage has been coming up next inning.
Pitch.
That's outside.
So you know, Brandon Morrow has never pitched 3 days in a row, and that would be the case if he comes in here tonight. But right now, all eyes on Brad Peacock and Logan Forsythe. That's foul.
Well, they went back to the changeup. He just has not been able to get a slider anywhere close to a right-hander, and it feels limited when you're out there and you realize you can't overpower him with the fastball. You can't get him to swing and miss at a slider. You got a 3-2 count. Will he go back to a changeup down over the middle of the plate right here? Liriano getting ready in a hurry.
Another 3-2. Got it. Looking. 2 out. And Forsythe lodges his complaints on the way back to the dugout.
It'd be amazing if nobody gets kicked out tonight.
That looked like a good pitch.
It was, and I think what the hitters and even on both sides are saying, okay, one side or the other. The ones inside they've been able to deal with, so they've eliminated in their mind, they've eliminated that side of the plate, anything close.
Well, that's a big strikeout for Peacock with a runner at third and only 1 out. Now 2 out. And the batter is Yasiel Puig, who is 2 for 19 in this World Series.
Got to be aggressive, I would think. He's coming up to the plate, not trying to get deep in the count at all.
High fly ball into left center field will be played by Gonzalez. And Peacock, a nice job to limit the damage. It started on the shot off the top of the wall by Justin Turner. He was out at third for the first out of the inning. But then with a runner at first, Springer went for the out. The ball got behind him. Hernandez scores. Time to stretch. Game 5, 8-7. Dodgers back on top.
Take a load off Benny. Take a load of free. Take a load off Benny. Put the load right on me.
Well, this crazy game continues. 8-7, the Dodgers back in front, bottom of the 7th inning, and these two teams going toe-to-toe here to figure out who's going to take the advantage back to Los Angeles. I'm Joe Buck with the Hall of Famer John Smoltz. This has been something to watch.
It really has. It hasn't been classic, but it's been the unexpected. There's no way you could come into this game think that these kind of runs would be scored by both teams. Maybe 7 total in the whole game, but that's what they've got. And certainly for each manager, they're trying to find somebody that can get some quick outs because it's been a grind for every pitcher.
We have had the pleasure of talking to these two managers throughout this series. They're both fantastic. They're both really good managers, but they're also really good talkers and guys who are not paranoid, very honest. I believe Dave Roberts that he went into this game with the intention of not having Brandon Morrow pitch, but because of the crazy nature of this game, because it would be crushing to lose a game like this, especially when you led 4-0 and 7-4. He's got Morrow in the game, and for the first time in Brandon's career, he's going to pitch for the 3rd straight day.
Yeah, and you know Morrow, Brandon had some input there. Yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready. Put me in. Give me the opportunity. They're going to communicate with everybody, and then it's up to the manager to decide when to use your weapons. And just so happens that each guy who's been in there tonight, with the exception of McHugh, has been used a lot recently, and it shows. So you just try to make the best pitch you can and trust your pitches to the best of your ability.
Brandon Morrow has been now in 12 of 13 postseason games for the Dodgers. I mean, you talk about work. But umpire Bill Miller yelling at somebody to get off the field. Security was down there, so now they move. Top of the order here for the Astros, now down 1. High fly ball, goodbye. One pitch to Springer, and we're tied again. guy who just made that play in center and let that ball get behind him.
He got it back. He did, didn't he? He got it back, and he knew going up to the plate. I got to believe he said, I am coming out of my shoes first pitch, and he didn't miss it. The train operator here is in overdrive.
Here's a base hit into left center field off the bat of Bregman. First pitch swinging. Bregman is on. Back to the home run by Springer.
Fastball middle, and he didn't miss it. And the reason I keep saying, and maybe it seems like I'm trying to make excuses for guys, I'm not. I realize this role and how difficult it is. You lose an inch or two onto your fastball when you're not as fresh as you want to be. And what makes Morrow and some of these guys so special is that the late life on their fastball, guys don't swing at it like that.
Now the go-ahead run is on with nobody out and Altuve out. Strike one. For Brandon Morrow, this is his 12th outing in the postseason, most ever by a Dodger. No home runs allowed in the entire regular season. 2 allowed now in the postseason. And the last one put up by Springer to tie it. 448-foot home run into left. Morrow giving the Dodgers everything he's got. 8-8 in the 7th. Bellinger applied the tag. He's looking in the dugout like, I don't know, I might have had him. Bregman, that was close.
Are we sure it's going to be Verlander and Hill in Game 6?
It might be later tonight. Let's take another look. He got back. Dave Roberts checking with Bob Guerin, who's on the phone to the clubhouse.
I ideally want it done in 30 seconds. Just a little bit longer, and the umpire is going to basically tell him, look, we got to get going, and Dave's going to go play on.
Oh no. The tag is.
Yeah, he's got it. Tie goes in.
Okay. Well, say it again. I don't know why you wouldn't. One on, nobody out. Altuve into left. This ball is over the head of Peterson. Digging for third, Bregman. They bring him home. The throw. Late. Astros lead 9-8.
He's the best. He gets a fastball anywhere out over the plate. He squares it up. Bregman picking him up and putting him down, and the relay not in time. They have to buy some time to get Cingrani loose. It's obvious that Morrow's fastball is not electric as it normally is.
Now Altuve at second, still nobody out, and that bounces in there. Altuve to third. Wild pitch. Homer, single, RBI double, now a wild pitch. It's Cingrani who's getting loose as fast as he can.
tough situation here. Infield in. Correa, such a good fastball hitter. Looking to lift it.
He lifts it into left, down the line, at the wall. Come on! Houston on another home run. The number one offense in the major leagues this year reminds everybody just how good they are. They scored 896 runs during the regular season. They were number 2 in home runs. They've hit 4 home runs tonight, 2 in the inning, and this moonshot lands in the Crawford boxes above the wall on the left.
Yeah, strength against strength, and Correa, one of the best. Once the infield came in and once the fastball was up over the plate, it was a matter of did it have enough distance, because it was way up there. He had so much time to figure out. By the time he got to first base, the ball still hadn't landed, and it did right about then.
How about Altuve and Correa? That's going to be it for Brandon Morrow. He gave him all he had. But he's just out of gas. Altuve and Correa, the 3-4 combination, going off in Game 5. combination right there. 6 for 8 tonight. 2 home runs, 7 RBIs, 5 runs scored. 20 home runs in this World Series with at least one more game to go. And who knows what the rest of this night holds. If you're A.J. Hinch, you go, hey, this is great. We're leading by 3, but how are we going to get the last 6 outs?
Well, at some point, you got to trust a fresher guy, because each manager's been trying to go to the well, and some of these guys have just not had the stuff. Used a lot, and the stuff has shown it hasn't been as sharp.
Cingrani into the ball game. Yuli Gurriel. One ball, one strike. Strike 2.
Well, you mentioned it, and you talked about Morrow not being able or have ever gone 3 games in a row, and you know his guts were in it, and you know that he had no idea that it would turn out like this, giving his manager the best shot he could, and it just wasn't good enough. So difficult to do at this time of the year with these kind of hitters on both sides of the lineup. They haven't really missed. I mean, I'm sure they've missed a couple mistakes, but any bad pitch they've crushed tonight on both sides.
2-2 to Gurriel, struck him out. And that's the first out in the 7th. The year of the homer. Look at that top line. 6,105 home runs hit in the regular season. Easily an MLB record. Game 2, 8 combined home runs, albeit in an 11-inning game. 20 home runs total. 21 is the record in 2002. Feel like we'll get there and beyond. 62% of the runs have scored via the home run ball. The Dodgers have hit 1 home run tonight. The Astros now have hit 4. Nothing in 2 on Reddick. The Astros will punish you. Game 2, 10th inning. Josh Fields came in the game. A 3-3 score. Gave up homer double to Altuve, Correa, and Gurriel on 6 pitches. Reddick strikes out. Tonight here in the 7th, Brandon Morrow, who's been brilliant all year, enters with an 8-7 lead and allows home run, single, double, home run to Springer, Bregman, Altuve, and Correa on 7 pitches.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. They had not taken a swing like that in 2 months off of him. And right away, you could tell that the fastball played a little bit different tonight.
Gaddis now on base twice. Takes a strike. A single and a walk tonight for the Astros DH.
It's outside.
So you want to manage, huh?
Right-hander Will Harris, who's on the short list of trusted relievers for A.J. Hinch. He's getting loose. Now Cingrani could strike out the side here in the 7th.
I tell you what, the top 5 guys in the Astros lineup have represented all the runs scored.
Springer, the leadoff man, has walked twice, homered, scored 3 runs. Bregman has walked and singled, scored twice. And the damage done by Altuve, Correa, and Gurriel. Into right for Puig, and the inning is over. How about tonight, the Astros? At one point, they trailed 4-0. Got a home run from Gurriel to tie it in the 4th. A home run, a 3-run shot by Altuve to tie it in the 5th. A home run by Springer in the 7th, and then a 2-run shot by Correa. What a night in Game 5. Welcome back to the World Series presented by YouTube TV. 8th inning and Brad Peacock back to work.
I was just getting ready to say, you're seeing that score right.
A strike into Austin Barnes. 3-run Astros lead. 4 runs in the bottom of the 7th inning, giving the Astros their first lead of the night. Strike 2 on Barnes.
You know, a lot of questions last night, I'm sure, to A.J. Hinch were about his bullpen. And he felt, you know, maybe the offense got a pass. Only 2 hits, 2 runs. Well, the offense is not getting a pass tonight. They have come against the best pitcher in baseball, rallied twice, and have taken the lead.
Will Harris is ready in the bullpen if A.J. Hinch wants to go that direction. Trying to get more outs with Brad Peacock on the mound. He gave up a run in the 7th.
No,
2-2.
A lot of pressure on making great pitches with your fastball when you don't have your slider. Peacock has not shown tonight the touch for that pitch. He's gone to his changeup.
Foul.
Oh!
Dodgers got 3 runs in the first, 1 in the fourth, led 4-0. Astros tied it at the bottom of the fourth after Kershaw just rolled right through the first 3 innings. Bellinger made it 7-4. Altuve tied it 7-7. Dodgers grabbed the lead again in the top of the 7th. Astros just put up 4 and lead 11-8 in the 8th.
The hitters have had their shoes on, and they've been doing a great job creating stress for the opposing pitchers. Bellinger, some huge hits. That guy, a huge hit. The double play combination for the Astros temporarily winning out because there's still 6 outs the Astros have to get.
No, it's outside.
Full count as that just missed. Read the lips of A.J. Hinch saying, I don't know where the strike zone is. Three and 2 the count. Austin Barnes leading off. Got it! Struck him out.
This one was a much better one than the ones that were called for a ball, and a great 3-2 pitch. These fans are going to be exhausted. Everyone's going to be exhausted. This game has been one of the most unique Game 5s ever.
The batter is Jock Peterson. Walked in his only plate appearance tonight. The Astros pitching tonight racked up 11 strikeouts, 7 of them looking. The 0-1 to Peterson.
Peterson looks like a different hitter, and something's clicked for him to where he is locating the ball in the inner half and not coming out of his shoes, taking that curveball that so easily swings over the top, and then not missing the ones in the strike zone.
Turner Ward is hitting coach. A lot of work, I'm sure, has been done since the end of the regular season where he struggled. That's out of play, strike 2.
You know, it took him through a process where basically what Pepper is you got 3 or 4 guys out there that toss the ball to the hitter, and then it's the hitter's job to hit the ball to each fielder. That's what they started doing with him, to try and feel the bat, get more connected. It started to work, but as we documented, he was struggling coming into the postseason. Roberts put him in a couple of games. He's delivered.
Finished the year 6 for 63. May not be as dynamic as Game 3 from Brad Peacock, but he's getting big outs here.
He is. He is. He's grinding like they all are. Tired.
1-2. That's left side. It will get out of play. With the 99 home runs hit this postseason, T-Mobile's home runs for hurricane recovery donations are over $1,190,000. Now do your part to help break $2 million and tweet or retweet hashtag HR4HR. And T-Mobile will donate an additional $2 every single time. Most home runs in any postseason is 100. Back in 2004, we're one shy of that right now. Here's a 1-2. That's well hit into left. Back at the wall. It is off the top of the wall. And Peterson, who was watching it, is into second with a one-out double.
In this case, I don't know if it would have mattered, but watching it probably wasn't the best case scenario. He hits this ball pretty good. We mentioned how short left field is. He's watching it a long time. You could maybe say he might have ended up in third after this carom, but he's in scoring position.
Absolutely no reason to stand there and watch that. If it's gone, he can break into a trot. If it's caught, he's out. And if it's off that 19-foot-high wall, he might be at third. At least he would have had a chance with one out. Strike one over the outside corner to Chris Taylor.
It's a tough matchup for Peacock right here. Taylor likes the ball coming back over the plate. He painted him away, but has nothing to go away from him with that slider since he has kind of abandoned it.
Time called by Taylor. It was 1 for 4. The Dodgers are one base runner away from bringing up the tying run. Corey Seager, a home run threat on deck, then Turner. The 0-1. That hits him in the ribs. And will bring up the tying run, and we'll see if Peacock will face Seager, and the answer is no. Will Harris is coming into the ball game. A double, a hit batsman, the tying run coming up. Seager will hit against the right-hander Will Harris. There are countless conversations going on around this ballpark, and I'm sure out in homes and bars and places around this country watching this game. I mean, it's just hard to wrap your head around what we're seeing. Now the tying run is up. It's Corey Seager against Will Harris. That's into left center field. Gonzalez won't get it. Peterson to the plate, digging for third, and stopping is Taylor. And it's an 11-9 game on a double by Corey Seager.
Taylor was flying and put a ton of pressure as we see this good piece of hitting on Chris Woodward. This ball is in that gap area. You can't believe how fast Taylor gets to third base. He is closing ground on Peterson, and right about here, Woodward has to send and hold two different runners.
I think that was a good hold by Chris Woodward. I mean, you want to get greedy, you want to get a run closer, but there's only one out here, and you've got Justin Turner coming up, and they would have had a legit shot at Taylor coming to the plate. Now Brent Strom, who is going to get a shoe deal out of this World Series with the number of times he's come out and talked to his pitchers, is out to talk to Will Harris. With Justin Turner coming up, and a hit can tie it. Right now, a quick word from Duracell.
Duracell is the #1 trusted brand.
Remember, we're only in the 8th inning. And manager A.J. Hinch has said publicly, did to the press, that Ken Giles, his closer, would not close this game. He's got Davinsky up. The Dodgers have Justin Turner up. Second and third. A hit could tie it. Ball one, as that one somehow gets out of the glove of McCann, and Harris wants to know if it was a strike. It was called a ball. Remember now, if the Dodgers tie this game, the advantage, at least in my mind, swings back to the Dodgers because they have Kenley Jansen down there. The Astros do not have somebody comparable to Jansen.
Oh, absolutely. And again, I can't give enough credit to the hitters on both teams.
Strike one on Turner.
It's so difficult to do what either team has done when you've gotten the lead and give it back, and then gotten the lead and given it back, and then ultimately to a point where it's deflating. You're now trailing by 3. The Dodgers have come right back, put together some great at bats, and are one hit away from either tying it or going ahead again.
The 1-1. That's in the air to right. Tagging is Taylor. Catch by Reddick. Taylor stays put. 2 out in the inning.
That's a lot of respect for Reddick's got a really good arm, and he's in a position where he's not wasting any motion. Never know, and now you got to hope your teammate behind you comes through.
So playing it on the conservative side is third base coach Chris Woodward. We just saw Taylor and how fast he is, going first to third on that double by Seager. Here comes A.J. Hinch again. And he doesn't like what he sees from Harris. That's it for this right-hander. With Andre Ethier announced as the pinch hitter. Harris is out. Chris Davinsky is coming in. We talk about how loud it is in here.
Back, tag. Gotta go. What's that?
You were saying no?
I was saying gotta go, but I think it would have been out with that throw, honestly.
I thought you were saying no.
So Chris Taylor thought Chris Woodward was saying no. Woodward was sending him, but he stayed put. Now second and third, 2 out for Ethier. Strike 1 from Davinsky.
And that's how loud it is in here, and you can understand how it wouldn't be easily picked up. Davinsky is in because of the matchup against the left-hander. AJ likes the changeup and the funkiness against left-handers. That's why he's in the game.
Ethier grounds to first. Gurriel to the bag. Inning over. And Davinsky shuts the door on the top of the 8th, where the Dodgers get a run. They trail by 2 into the bottom of the 8th of Game 5. Same pitcher, a different alignment behind him as we start the bottom of the 8th inning. Andre Ethier, who just grounded out as a pinch hitter, stays in the game and left. Moving into center is Jock Peterson. Going from center to second base is Chris Taylor, primarily an infielder. Didn't play any outfield as a professional prior to this year. That's down. As Marwin Gonzalez has a 1-1 count.
I am throwing away all my information for Game 6. Just going to sit back.
Okay.
Just going to take this incredible series in.
Here's a line drive at Ethier. Marwin Gonzalez 0 for 4 tonight. Junior Home Run Derby allows kids 14 and under to compete for the National Home Run Derby Championship during the 2018 All-Star Week in Washington, D.C. Sign up today to host a free competition in your local community at jrhrd.com. Here's McCann.
Both these catchers have done an incredible job. They've caught not a ton of extra innings, but it feels like a ton of innings. When you're going through a bunch of pitchers and you're going through a bunch of signs. Wow.
No. That's up and into McCann. Right-hander is Stripling, I believe, out in the bullpen. It is for the Dodgers. Third time he's been up. Brandon Morrow, who worked for the third straight game here tonight, is the pitcher of record for the Dodgers. Here's one into right. Back at the wall. It is another home run. McCann. And the 3-run lead is back. Comes out and will take the ball from Cingrani. A 5-homer night for the Houston Astros here in Game 5. McCann has his first of the postseason. It's 12-9. The home team leading in the bottom of the 8th. Brian McCann in his 13th year in the big leagues. 9 years with Atlanta, 3 years with the Yankees, first year with the Astros. As his first postseason home run with Houston. There have been 21 home runs in this World Series. That ties for the most ever. There were 21 back in '02, the World Series between the Angels and the Giants. Barry Bonds and the Giants and Tim Salmon and the Angels. Here's Stripling back to the top of the order, and Springer. The guy Dave Roberts talked about before the game was Ross Stripling, saying he liked him tonight. He was going to try and stay away from Brandon Morrow. Too tempted to bring in Morrow, who didn't get an out in the 4-run 7th inning. 4 straight hits with 2 of them that left the park. 1 ball, 1 strike.
And not too long ago, the athletic center fielder of Springer dove for a ball that turned into a triple, that turned into a 1-run lead, but then came back with a mammoth home run to tie it right back up.
34 home runs during the regular season. He's got 4 more now in the postseason. Travel day tomorrow, then game 6 on Tuesday in LA. Justin Verlander against Rich Hill. Here's a 1-1. Springer doesn't like that call. 1-2. A talented Dodger bullpen tonight, showing the wear and tear of a long postseason. Bullpen has allowed 9 home runs in this World Series. 1-2 pitch in the dirt. The Astros 14 home runs in this World Series ties the all-time record. The Giants with Bonds in 02. Told you the 21 combined home runs that ties the World Series record, and the 100 home runs in this postseason overall ties for the most ever from back in 04, the year the Boston Red Sox won their first championship in 86 years. Here's a 2-2 pitch. Full count. Chris Davinsky will go back out there for the 9th inning with Bellinger, Forsythe, and Puig, the hitters he'll face. From Strickland is lined into right, a base hit. Springer on base for the 4th straight time. On with 1 out here in the 8th. If this game remains a 9-inning game, it would mean we avoid extra innings. Here's another record. We're already at 4 hours 21 minutes. It would be the longest 9-inning game in World Series history by time.
I don't think a single person's left this ballpark.
Their last chance to see their Astros play here, of course, and then depending on what happens here in the 9th, they anxiously wait game 6 and or game 7.
Bregman, strike 1. To third, out at second, and out at first. How about Chris Taylor with his versatility, turning a double play at second, but a home run by McCann sends game 5 into the 9th inning, where the Dodgers will back trailing by 3. Chris Davinsky back to work. 9th inning. First up, Cody Bellinger. Ball 1.
Buckle your seats. Dodgers have shown all year the ability to come back. Only 1 inning has there been runs scored where the bottom half did not get up a 0.
Ball's inside.
2-0. The Astros tonight, 5 different players with a home run. That's the first time in World Series history a team has had 5 different guys go deep in a game. Here's a 2-0. 3-0 from Davinsky. And you can bet there are some palpitations down in that Astros dugout with the way this bullpen has been. And he's palpitating the most. A.J. Hinch. Got a take on 3-0. And a delayed strike 1 call.
I think you have to take on 3-1, but that's not the way the game's played today for most of the hitters. So when you're down by 3, you try to get on and make it tough.
A leadoff walk with a 3-run lead in the 9th. And that brings McCann out to the mound. Davinsky came on last inning with runners at 2nd and 3rd, 2 out. And got Ethier on a ground ball to the right side. And here comes Brent Strom again.
What do you call it? A Fitbit? It broke.
Yeah.
Is that what it is? Traction trip?
Fitbit quit. That matchup in Game 6. If the Astros win tonight, they'll hand the ball to Justin Verlander. Their big, literally last-second pickup from the Tigers. There's the matchup on Tuesday night in Game 6 of this incredibly fun World Series. Verlander, Hill. A rematch of Game 2. Hard to believe a game is 12-9. It was started by Keuchel and Kershaw over 4 hours ago. Here's a strike to Logan Forsythe.
Such a unique pitch. The right-hander who goes to that changeup, fadeaway kind of pitch that drops from the top to the bottom.
Musgrove and Liriano getting loose. Fouled away. Ken Giles is the closer for the Houston Astros, or was. An 0-2 record this postseason, an ERA of 11.74, and A.J. Hinch has in essence benched him from that role. The 0-2 struck him out, one away.
Classic called OK changeup. Make the OK sign with your hand on the ball, and that tumbling action just enough to change the speed and fool the hitter. Still have to respect his fastball. That's half the battle.
Now Yasiel Puig 0 for 4, 2 for 20. Strike 1. One of his 2 hits in this World Series, a home run back in Game 2. Strike 2. This hook down into the corner at the wall. It's gone. It is a one-run game. Two-run home run by Yasiel Puig. And it's 12-11 here in the ninth.
That's how strong he is, and you know he wanted to make up for some of those at-bats. Sat on a changeup, but he got out in front of him. This is how strong you've got to be to do this. One hand. Enough of his weight, enough of the power stayed back as the top hand comes off.
The batter is Austin Barnes. He takes a ball, and that's going to send McCann out to the mound. So there you go, 22 home runs with at least one game to go, the most in a single World Series. As now the Dodgers have hit two. A one-handed flick into the Crawford boxes and left. Only one out. Tying run at the plate. That's backing out of play. Barnes' one home run this postseason came in the division series against Arizona.
11 runs, 11 hits, 1 error. 12 runs, 12 hits, 1 error.
Staggering to the finish line. Kenley Jansen getting loose. 1-1. Strike two. Foul down the right field line. Fans of the Dodgers and the Astros, whichever team doesn't win this game will be playing what if the rest of the night. And for the travel day tomorrow, I mean, so many opportunities, so many moves. 1-2. That's into the gap in left center field. This ball is down. Barnes is going to try. The throw. He is saved with a double. The tying run and scoring position for the Dodgers as Barnes got in. We showed you Jock Peterson, who was watching earlier. Well, this is how you get a double on a ball that really would be content with a single.
And he had to go to the outside part of the bag where the throw took Altuve and see Puig after hitting the two-run homer, knowing.
Now Jock Peterson digs in. He doubled his last time up. High off the wall and left. Tying run at second. 1 out. Strike one.
Reddick with a great arm. Springer playing too deep to impact, I think, a base hit to center.
Barnes, a catcher slash infielder, has already shown with that double he can run. The 0-1. Strike two. Chop to the left side. Correa. Low but out. Over to third is Barnes. 2 out. And now you've got 2 guys who can run. The runner at third, Barnes, and the hitter, Chris Taylor, is digging his way in. And speed could be important here for the guy at the plate trying to beat something down the line.
Yeah, Taylor's been great, and he's been great on the first pitch. So McCann goes out and kind of maybe even has that conversation saying, hey, look, this guy's aggressive on the first pitch. But to your point, Joe, a little more pressure on the infielders for the Astros.
A 12-11 game as the tying run 90 feet away. 2 out. First pitch swinging again. Strike 1.
Yeah, a little bit of a hanging changeup there. At some point, McCann and Davinsky are going to have to pitch him backwards. Maybe that comes with 2 strikes.
The difference in the game right now is the home run by McCann in the bottom of the 8th off Cingrani.
This is the greatest offensive game I've ever seen in a World Series game.
Taylor trying to tie it. 2 out. Ball 2. And Correa jogs in to talk to Davinsky.
This is a good pitch. On the outside corner, just a little bit off. Taylor wants it middle in.
First the Astros wouldn't quit. Now the Dodgers won't quit. The 2-1. Strike 2. A 2-out, 2-strike base hit into center by Chris Taylor has tied this game.
And I thought they would pitch him backwards. And what I mean by backwards, just when you get to 2 strikes, heat him up. But what they did is they went with 2 strikes in the changeup. And Taylor stays with it, goes up the middle. This is unbelievable hitting.
It's been an unbelievable game. 12-12 game. Now Taylor takes off as Seager hits one into center. Back is Springer. And the top of the 9th inning is over. And now Kenley Jansen is ready to go. And we'll stay right here. A 3-run top of the 9th inning. And it's just past midnight. Monday morning now. The Dodgers have tied it with a 3-run 9th inning. This is unreal.
It really is. And why both teams have won over 100 games. This is a great at-bat. You cannot hit that ball unless you have an up-the-middle approach and do whatever you can to put it in play. Not a bad pitch, just better hitting. You're sitting off speed. And this, I have no words.
This guy, Chris Taylor, an afterthought, a minor deal picked up from the Seattle Mariners organization. He reinvented his swing. He's taken over center field, and oh, by the way, he's playing second base right now to remind everybody of his versatility. But what a deal this front office made to get Chris Taylor. Zach Lee, a pitcher traded in June of 2016. The guy had 1 home run between 2014 and 16. He popped 21 home runs this year, 3 more this postseason. And this crowd is wiped out. The good news for the Astros, they have Altuve, Correa, and Gurriel coming up. The bad news for Houston is they're going to have to try and win it against one of the game's best, Kenley Jansen.
Yeah, absolutely. And he'll be in for 2 innings at least, whatever it takes. Right now, this is just, if you own a business in Houston, there's going to be a lot of people showing up late. So show some grace. Wow.
There are 2 arms left in the bullpen for Dave Roberts, in case you're wondering. Brandon McCarthy, who was added to the active roster for this World Series, and Josh Fields. This game belongs to Kenley Jansen. And you've got Jose Altuve first up, who's had a huge night. A single, a 3-run homer, and an RBI double.
Well, you've probably seen some football games like this. Whoever has the ball last will win the game. My gosh.
I have baseball and a World Series. My gosh. With the series tied 2 games apiece. Davinsky gives up a 3-run lead in the 9th. A home run by Yasiel Puig got the scoring started. Chris Taylor ties it with 2 outs and 2 strikes. And now here's Altuve, bottom of the 9th.
Remember, it started with a walk. The walks have been horrible tonight for the pitchers as far as run scoring.
How much more can Altuve do? He was trying to end it. Strike 1.
It's hard against Jansen to have this kind of swing, but we've seen this kind of swing from Altuve all year.
Again, with nobody on. Here in the postseason, multiple signs. See the bullpens tonight. Dodgers pen has allowed 6 runs on 8 hits. The Astros 8 on 8.
As I said, since the first, no pitcher has been able to match the other team's scoring by putting up a 0. I would think that Jansen has the best chance to do that, other than Kershaw's blanking of the Astros in the first inning. The Astros have responded.
Ball foul. Strike 2.
Now, the pressure they can put on Jansen is if they find a way to get on base, because he does take a while to deliver the ball to home plate. I would think that the Astros are going to be ultra conservative if they're fortunate enough to get a runner on and take a base. 52 out of 57 stolen base attempts over the last few years against Jansen.
Fly ball into center. Back is Peterson. 1 out. Now Correa. The last time he stepped in there, hit a 2-run home run on Brandon Morrow. He also has an RBI double, a run scored, and a single.
Saw the last high fastball that he hit. Just far enough to get in the Crawford boxes in left field.
Pitch up right side. Will it stay in play? Bellinger has it for out number 2.
Advantage of being tall. With left-handed, that's a huge out. Great hitter. Bellinger gets over there and almost puts his foot on top there, knee on top, and makes a great catch.
Talked to him before the game and said if you could pick any position defensively, what would you pick? He said first base, although Dodgers actually like him in center field as well. He likes it out there. Good athlete. Now Gurriel. Strike 1.
The way that Jansen throws his cutter, if you're a right-handed hitter and you try to pull an outside one, it's not very good. But if you have the ability to go the other way with it.
No, ball's inside.
The way the ball cuts and the swing will actually be beneficial to right center on a pitch away.
Gurriel with a game-tying 3-run home run back in the 4th off Kershaw. The 1-1. That looks like it'll get out of play. It does. Altuve, Correa, and Gurriel, the only trio in World Series history, each with a home run and 3 or more RBIs. This game's going to be heartbreaking for one team. Oh. 1-2.
I'll see it, please.
That's a rare breaking ball out of Jansen. He relies so heavily on that cutter. But if he feels like a hitter's getting out on that pitch, he'll drop that slider on him.
Here comes a 2-2. High fly ball to left center. Back at the wall. It's off the wall. Gurriel with a 2-out double.
It is so difficult to get a high fastball by this guy right on right, and he just misses it. Maybe about 5 to 10 feet to the right. It might get over the yellow line, but the high ball that he throws, the ability for him to get on top of it is unreal off of Jansen.
Now Josh Reddick. First base is open. Winning run at second, 2 out. Evan Gattis, the right-handed hitting DH on deck. Reddick, the former Dodger, who was booed lustily during games 1 and 2 in LA. Traded there at the deadline last year. Here comes Dave Roberts now out to talk to Jansen, and it's got to be about who would you rather face, Reddick or Gattis.
Now Gattis struggles more with the high fastball.
Cameron Maben will come off the bench and run for Gurriel.
For whatever it's worth, I don't think they'll do it here, but Maben could go to third because of where they're playing in the shift and the lead, and I think they would grant him third base. Now that would put a lot of pressure if he got there on the catcher.
Ball 1 to Josh Reddick. trying to burn his former team and win Game 5. Big swing by Reddick.
Yeah, those are the harder things to do. It's harder to swing that big against a guy that the ball cuts. You really have to be quick and to the ball because of the way that ball's spinning and getting on the hitter and cutting in now to this left-handed batter as opposed to away from the right-handed batter.
Reddick skies one into left center field. Ethier sends this game into the 10th. And that's just the third runner stranded by the Astros tonight. The big bats are coming up for the Dodgers in the 10th as Kenley Jansen throws a scoreless ninth. Turner, Ethier, and Bellinger will hit. If you, I don't know, dozed off and now you're back with us, or you're just tuning in this game after a big Sunday night out on the town. 7 combined home runs, 22 overall this series. That's a World Series record. Time of the game 4 hours 52 minutes. We'll go over 5 hours tonight. The Dodgers' 9th inning. They got 3 runs to tie it. And in Houston sports today, what a game out in Seattle. The Texans and the Seahawks put up 79 points. The Seahawks ended up winning that game, and the Dodgers and Astros 24 runs on 26 hits, 7 home runs. These fans are worn out. Now Musgrove comes into the ball game for Davinsky. Ken Rosenthal wrote a column today that I think is worth talking about. I kind of alluded to it earlier in the ball game after the game-tying 3-run home run hit by Yuli Gurriel back in the 4th inning. He doubled in the bottom of the 9th and then was lifted for the pinch runner. And Ken, you talked about the relationship between Yuli Gurriel and Carlos Beltran and how Beltran has helped try to guide Gurriel through this time after that racially insensitive gesture he made a couple of nights ago after he homered off Yu Darvish.
That's right, Joe. And Beltran has only 2 at-bats in the World Series, and yet he still has a major influence in that clubhouse. He advised Gurriel, and when he heard of Yu Darvish's remarks, his forgiving remarks, his classy remarks, he sent a text to Darvish, who was his teammate with the Texas Rangers briefly last season. He complimented Darvish for what he said, and he said, listen, I wouldn't be writing to you if I didn't think Gurriel was a good person. Darvish responded, I have a family. I don't want to see his family go through anything really difficult. This is a difficult situation, but he made a simple mistake. I still view him the same way. Beltran, after that, showed the text to Gurriel, and he said, look, Yuli, look at what Darvish thinks of you. He thinks, okay, you're okay. And slowly but surely, Gurriel came around.
Yeah, and he had a big night tonight with a 3-run home run and a double. He's finished for the night. Defensive changes behind Musgrove. Maben stays in the game in center. Springer moves to right. Reddick is now in left. And Marwin Gonzalez moves from left to first base. Musgrove now trying to keep it tied. First up, Justin Turner.
Big right-hander over the top fastball, slider, curveball. And right now looking to avoid a walk. That seems to be the starter of a lot of bad things.
It was in the 9th. And a 1-out 2-run shot by Puig and a 2-out RBI single later by Taylor. That's hit on a rope to left and caught by Reddick. Allowed first out in the 10th. And the batter will be Andre Ethier. Ethier 0 for 1 tonight. Does have a home run this postseason. Came in the LCS at Wrigley. 0 for 2 in this World Series. starts the at-bat. That's strike 2 to the longest tenured Dodger. He came into the organization back in 05 in a deal with Oakland. Sent Milton Bradley to the A's. Been an all-star a couple of times, and he's been bothered by bad back this year. But got healthy before the postseason. Here he is with 1 out in the 10th. Left side and through that gaping hole to the right of Bregman. 1 on, 1 out as Ethier has his first World Series hit.
That's just really good hitting. Fastball away. He just puts the bat on the ball, knows at that point there's nothing they can do based on the shift.
For the first time in a long time, the two bullpens are quiet. This game belongs to Musgrove and Jansen. Here's Bellinger. High fly ball into right center field. Back on the track, it's Maben. 2 out. As Bellinger just got under it. The available pitchers: Ken Giles, Francisco Liriano. Logan Forsythe, 2 out of 5. Ethier at first. Strike 1.
In this situation, the outfielders are going to play as deep as they can to try and cut off any kind of double with 2 outs. So anything that's blooped has a better chance of dropping in. They have to prevent against anything that would get to the gap.
The 0-1. You know what happened 5 hours ago? We started this game.
Was it that short time ago?
Really? It seems like a little bit of time.
Yeah.
24 total runs, 26 total hits, 2 errors. Down 2-1. Said this the other night. It's an exaggeration, but to say nobody has left this ballpark, it's an overstatement, but there are just a few. They are worn out.
Worn out.
These players, spring training, 162 games. Slugging away during the postseason, and here they are in Game 5 of the World Series. And neither team can put the other away.
Yeah, that's the best way to put it. There's been 10 runs scored in the last 3 innings. 5 by each. Houston's still going to put up their first 0 in the last 3 innings.
Here's a 2-1. Left side. Correa. Put it second, and Altuve ends up on a knee. Ethier says, "My bad." Nothing comes of it. We go to the bottom of the 10th inning with Jansen back to work. Gaddis, Gonzalez, McCann coming up. Tied at 12. Kenley Jansen back to the hill. Surrendered a 2-out double to Gurriel last inning. Game tied at 12. Evan Gaddis first up. Trying to jump on that first pitch. Strike one.
That's where he likes it. Down. Up, not so much. But he also likes it about 93, 94 down there instead of 95, 96.
That's outside.
Coming into tonight, 5 times in World Series history, the team had 8 or more extra base hits in a game. Tonight, both teams have 8 extra base hits. Gaddis would like to add another. Ahead on the count here, 2-1.
All right. This next pitch, number 400 of the night. 400 pitch.
With almost empty bullpens on each side. The 2-1.
No, it's outside.
3 balls and a strike. To the left side. Forsythe. 1 away. The Dodgers are left with Brandon McCarthy in their bullpen and Josh Fields. They've used Maeda, then Watson, then Morrow, then Cingrani, then Strickland. Now Jansen.
Well, I think based on what Jansen does here will determine whether he goes a third inning or not. He did it last year. Elimination game against the Cubs. 12 up, 12 down. 9 up, 9 down. I'm sorry. It's late. The math wasn't good there.
Okay. Marwin Gonzalez coming off a career year with 23 home runs. Out to the mound is Austin Barnes. Marwin Gonzalez has 1 home run this postseason, and there it is to tie game 2 against Kenley Jansen leading off the night. Gonzalez.
Ball's inside.
Almost walked into it, ball 1. Jansen ran the count to 3-1 on Gaddis. Got him on the ground ball. Kenley walked only 7 hitters all year.
He's got tremendous control, and he can throw the cutter pretty much where he wants.
There's a strike. Signed as a catcher, undrafted in 04, became a pitcher in 09. Was up to the big leagues in 2010. You see the shift on for Gonzalez up there hitting left-handed. The 1-1. Foul, strike 2.
Gonzalez with that hands close to the body. See right there in that pitch inside, man. He pulled his hands through and pulled it foul. With 2 strikes in that homer we showed, he just basically was trying to put the ball in play and barreled it up in the hot temperatures for that homer. I'm sure he'll try to do the same thing to put it in play here with 2 strikes.
Yes, he did. Struck him out for out number 2. First strikeout for Jansen.
Wicked breaking ball right there. This ball disappeared late.
Ryan McCann homered his last time up. That made it a 3-run lead in the 8th. Dodgers tied it in the 9th.
No.
Spins out of the way of ball 1. This will be pitch number 23.
It just pops and just spins. Even though it says 91 right there, you can see how McCann took that. He took it as if that ball was a lot firmer than what the radar gun showed.
No.
That's high and tight. Two and one on McCann. Good pitch down and in, 2-2.
Chasing Ryan on the inside part. Driven into right. Is it that causes Jansen to throw the curveball here to McCann. That pitch is in or half. That time he was ready to get the head out of the bat.
Oh, no.
And that hits McCann. He says he's fine, doesn't need attention as he goes down to first. They're going to make sure he's okay. Meanwhile, the batter will be Springer. He's homered tonight. He's hit 3 in this World Series. McCann will be the runner. They do have another catcher on their roster, Juan Centeno, if they wanted a pinch run, because if the ball stays in the park, it's going to be hard for McCann to score from first. He doesn't run well, and this is the end of a long night. And he'll stay out there and run with Springer digging in.
Yeah, I would think if he gets to second on a single here or something, that might entertain making a decision. But boy, that'll be a lot to put on the young catcher moving forward if the game doesn't end.
Springer.
No, ball's up.
Ball 1. He's walked twice, homered, singled, has scored 3 runs.
Looks like a total different hitter, as did and as does Bellinger now. Both struggled, both got their game to turn around, and one at bat. They haven't looked back.
No swing, 2-0. on George Springer. 3-0 with Bregman on deck.
Well, he looks down to third base coach, and you see what AJ looked like he was saying, go ahead and hack at it if you like it. It looked like Springer wanted to swing at that 3-0 pitch. 3-1. Now a 3-1 instead. Check on Brian McCann. Says, really? You can't play deeper than the outfielders are playing right now. That is as deep of a center field you'll ever see, Peterson. Left field doesn't have much by that, and Puig is on the track.
No ball, no.
That's ball 4. And the second walk of the postseason issued by Jansen. And now Fisher will come out and run for Brian McCann. Carry with him the potential winning run. Out to the mound comes Rick Honeycutt. Derek Fisher will be the winning run at second with 2 out. And the batter will be the young infielder, Alex Bregman.
Bregman's had a nice series, had a couple homers,
including one last night off Kenley Jansen.
Here's the pitch that he, in a game that was well in hand for the Dodgers, ended up 6-2. But still a good feeling of the guy that you're facing right now. Now he doesn't need a homer. Jansen trying to get that all but important third out here in the 10th.
Runner at second, Derek Fisher had a great year at AAA. Played in 47 big league games this year. He can run. Bregman would like to get him to scamper home. 2 on, 2 out. 10th inning. That's in the air to left. Here comes Fisher. Throw by Ethier. Astros win it in 10. A 5-hour, 17-minute thriller. Musgrove gets the win, and Kenley Jansen suffers the loss.
Hard to describe. A lot of people are going to wake up and see this and can't believe it. We've seen it in our own eyes, can't believe it. Two great teams battling to the absolute end. Bregman doesn't take any time, gets that first pitch, and this is a close play here. At least the throw and the slide pick it up. Pinch runner gets it done, and Bregman gets it done.
The 23-year-old Alex Bregman, in 2015, the number 2 overall pick, bursting with confidence. He's played a brilliant third base. He's come up with key hits. And now his base hit off Kenley Jansen just won Game 5. And in the final home game of the year for the Houston Astros, these fans who have been so great and packed in here for the 3 games walk out of here thrilled and exhausted. Let's go down to Ken Rosenthal.
Thanks, Joe. And Alex, you guys trailed 4-0, 7-4. You hit 5 home runs. You scored 13 runs in a game started by Clayton Kershaw. As you stand here right now, what do you remember most, or what will you remember most about this game?
I remember we went down 4-0 early. Me, Altuve, Correa, Yuli were standing behind the mound, and we said, hey, our backs are against the wall right here. Why not have fun and play loose? Springer came into the dugout. Hey, why not play loose? That was the mindset. Springer came up, huge walk, then got us going. As soon as Springer got that first walk, got us going. Then they go up by another run, and Springer hits another homer. You got to be kidding me.
Now, you're at bat on the game-winning hit. What's your thought process there against Jansen? And when it went over, what did you think?
I was so happy just to help this team win. I got him on a slider last night, so I knew he wasn't going to throw that. Looking for a cutter. Correa, all our hitting coaches, they all said, hey, you better stay on top of the cutter. Try to stay on top. And we're up 3-2, baby.
Congratulations, Alex. Now over to Tom Verducci.
How about Houston?
Thanks, Carlos Correa. You just gave us more than 5 hours. More than 5 hours of some of the most thrilling baseball the World Series has ever seen. You said you almost had a heart attack in Game 2. How do you feel after this one?
This one was way crazier. You know, it was back and forth, non-stop. I mean, it was unbelievable, man. The best game ever for sure. The emotions are running high right now. We have the lead now in the series. We got to go out there and take it in LA.
You and Jose Altuve, your double pit partners, seem to feed off one another. How did you get it done tonight offensively?
Yeah, we were able to talk before the game, have a good approach, and we were able to do it in the game. It was an unbelievable game for everybody. Everybody did their part in order for us to get that huge win.
Carlos, thank you. And Jose, I got to ask you now. This was your last home game of the season here in Houston. You're going to Los Angeles, and the ball won't be in the hands of Justin Verlander. Tell me what you're looking forward to in Game 6.
I mean, it's not any other place that I'd rather be right now that with these guys. You know, they play a great game today. You know, I know they took the lead early in the game, but, you know, we tied the game. It was a crazy game, over 5 hours, but it doesn't matter. We want to win. That's what we did tonight. You know, I try to go one game at a time. I know we have another game on LA, but I want to enjoy the moment right now and get the right mindset to go to LA.
Jose, thank you so much. Good luck in Game 6.
Thank you, guys.
Back to you, Joe.
All right, thanks, Pete. Pete, our producer, who says I'm supposed to recap this game. And then he said, I'll give you 15, 20 seconds. And then throw it to Kevin Burke. Okay, yeah, right, Pete. Impossible. What a game. 13-12 in 10 innings. You know, yeah, Verlander gets the ball in Game 6. Astros up 3-2. Pitching advantage Verlander, but who knows, right? I mean, who knows?
These two teams are too great, and you can't pick a winner still.
Unbelievable night and early morning here in Houston as the fans get to say so long to their Astros at the end of a thriller. Houston up 3-2. Kevin, all yours.
Wow. Wow. My goodness. That was one of the craziest sporting events I've ever seen in my life. We have so much to do on the postgame show coming up with the guys here. We'll break it all down. The Astros are 1 win away from their first ever World Series title. An incredible game in extra innings. So many twists and turns. And Alex Bregman, the 23-year-old hero,